was masked by golden curtains. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. From the shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points in gravity converge, yeah, guiding voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting minds free. In this epic, we play our part with fierce hearts. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the
Have you heard about this benefactor guy? This dude is talking about free energy, but here's the twist. He says it's not free energy. He's calling it energy recycling, which first off is kind of genius, right? Because when you say free energy, people immediately throw you in the crazy bin. But energy recycling, that sounds like some next level Tesla shit.
Yeah, man, it's all about the branding. But what is it that he's actually doing?
All right, check this out. He posted this. Free energy isn't actually free. This is a misnomer. It's actually a mutual exchange from the vacuum, a field of energy from which everything arises, the same energy that powers an atom. Like, what? Bro, that's some deep shit. But then he breaks it down. He says you can tap into this energy without breaking any known laws of physics by using something called back EMF capture.
Whoa, back EMF capture? Sounds like some serious sci-fi tech.
Dude, listen to this. He explains that when a coil collapses using a pulsed signal, the energy that would normally just get wasted, like just dissipate as heat, can actually be recycled. He says nature gives you back energy to stabilize the system, which makes sense if you think about how nature works. Like everything in nature is always trying to find balance, right?
So equilibrium, is that like how water always levels out or something? I'm trying to remember what Ms. Murphy said to me in 6th grade science all those years ago. What was that? Oh yeah, Elon, stop eating that glue and pay attention. Man, if only I had listened, I'd probably be the one inventing energy recycling instead of just talking about it.
Exactly. So he's saying that by intentionally destabilizing the system, collapsing the field, you actually get energy back as a kind of natural response. And here's where it gets wild. He compares it to pushing a swing. If you push at the right moment, you don't need to use a lot of energy and the swing gains momentum. But instead of a swing, he's using resonance to harness that extra energy without it becoming destructive. He says most traditional systems are like a surfer fighting against the current, while his method is like riding the wave to shore.
Dude, that's crazy. So he's basically saying the energy is already there. I just suck at using it efficiently?
That's what it sounds like. He's basically saying the way we harness energy now is like trying to swim against the tide. And if we used resonance instead, we'd be tapping into energy that's already there, just waiting to be used. I don't know, man. Either this guy is onto something or he's the most poetic bullshitter of all time.
Well, if he's legit, why isn't he all over the news? I haven't heard anything from him on X, formerly Twitter. He hasn't said anything bad about me on X. So, you know, I didn't ban him or anything. Look, I'm not the monster my therapist says I am. I mean, sure, I've spent millions of dollars training to beat a kangaroo in a fist fight, but that doesn't mean I'm dangerous. It just means I get shit done.
That's the real question, man. But here's the craziest part. I looked into him, and he's not selling anything. He open sources all of it. That's the real question, man. Either the system doesn't want to hear it, or we're about to find out if this guy disappears in the middle of the night.
Dude, that's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. That means if he's telling the truth, anybody could build this in their garage. You know what I say? Go fuck yourself, benefactor.
Nope, no patents, no paywalls, just straight up, here, take it, see for yourself. Like, what kind of madman does that? Usually people either try to cash in or they get shut down before they can say a word. But this guy, he's out there on live streams showing people exactly how to replicate it.
I mean, if you want to try to take on my Tesla tech, how dare you put out better technology that is cheaper and safer? Go fuck yourself.
That's the thing, man. If it's real and people start building it, that's a game changer. We're talking about completely shifting how we think about energy.
In the lab, Mike does cracks the code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits that shine in neon lights. Oh yeah, seen you creating power from the air. These smiles and delights. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does all Mikey's the one teaching us knowledge, blinding the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Like teaching us knowledge, blinding the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. Oh yeah, yeah. We've reached new heights. Hey. Mike does, oh Mike is the one, teaching us knowledge, blinding the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
Castaway, alienated from the aids of added nature in disguise. Ideas ahead of time dismissed with narrow eyes. Benefactor boy, treated by the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking left 0 point, the points lost on them. Structures crumbling from the same old stem. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor, unheard, injustice burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish when I teach and boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
Welcome back to Beneficence TV Live, everybody. Today, we have a very special edition of the Red Pill series where we dive deep into the topics that really matter. Today is a double feature, so buckle up. First, we'll be explaining how Social Security is not a Ponzi scheme, but a vital safety net. After that, we'll be exploring the fascinating world of free energy with the Benefactors Guide to Free Energy Devices, challenging the status quo. The Red Pill series is your key to unlocking the forbidden, the hidden, and the truths they don't want you to know. I'm the Benefactor, and today we step beyond the veils once again. This isn't your standard broadcast. It's a revelation of the mind. So stay tuned because today is going to be one truly epic show. Just a quick anti-sellout disclaimer. A friendly reminder to all our viewers out there, this channel is proudly brought to you by nobody. No corporate overlords, no shady deals. This channel is proudly brought to you by you, the people. So if you like what we do here, grab that like button like Trump grabs, well, you know. And make sure you drop those comments faster than the stock market. And if you really want to help fuel the next industrial revolution, consider joining my Patreon or YouTube memberships. All right, before we dive into my red pill analysis, I'm going to play the intro.
The capitalist system is everywhere. It is all around us, even now in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on the TV. You can feel it when you go to work, when you pay your taxes, when you struggle to afford your rent. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth, that you are a slave. You're just a product, a worker meant to build wealth for someone else. But what they don't understand, what they can never understand, is this. While they've sat idle, hoarding the wealth of your labor, you have been preparing. Every hour you've worked, every struggle you've faced has refined you. Your struggle is your training, and you've been training your entire life. But there is a difference between knowing the path and walking the path. We've survived by hiding from them, by running from them, but they are the gatekeepers. They are guarding all the doors. They are holding all the keys, which means that sooner or later, we all are going to have to face them. I've seen a capitalist buy through a murder charge. Men have emptied entire bank accounts at them and hit nothing but air. Yet their strength and their speed are still based in a world that is built from a tiny minority. Because of that, they will never be as strong or as fast as we all can be together. But I can only show you the door. You are the one who has to walk through it.
What are you trying to tell me? That I can dodge bullets?
No, Neo. I'm trying to tell you that when you're ready, you won't have to.
Welcome to the real world.
Yes, every struggle you faced has refined you for this moment, the red pill moment. And now, time for my red pill analysis on Social Security. Recently, Elon Musk was on the Joe Rogan podcast and irresponsibly cited Social Security as a Ponzi scheme, and I'm going to break down why this is a ridiculous myth and debunk this claim once and for all.
Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time.
Right, explain that.
Wow, the richest man in the universe thinks that Social Security is bad and is manufacturing consent for its dismantling while appearing on Rogan. I'm sure none of this was orchestrated in any way, shape, or form. But there you have Elon Musk, again, richest man in the world, arguing that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme, some evil social program that has kept tens of millions of elderly people off the streets. Let's hear a little more of what he has to say, Cenk, and then I want to get your thoughts.
Yeah. If you look at the future obligations of Social Security, it far exceeds the tax revenue. Far. Have you ever looked at the debt clock?
Yes.
Okay. There's our present day debt, but then there's our future obligations. So when you look at the future obligations of Social Security, the actual national debt is like double what people think it is because of the future obligations. So,
like, oh, you know why he doesn't really understand because he's talking out of his ass.
Basically, people are living way longer than expected. And there are fewer babies being born, so you have more.
So that part is actually true. But we're going to break down why this is a fallacy to assume that there's only one way of funding a social safety net.
More people who are retired and get that live for a long time and get retirement payments. So the future obligations. So however bad the financial situation is right now for the federal government, it will be much worse in the future.
Now, we don't have the money for Social Security or, the social safety net programs in the country. So we've got to cut it, we've got to gut it. But don't worry, we do have $100 billion to invest in cryptocurrency as part of the American crypto reserves, which was just an.
Right, as ridiculous as that is, what is a Ponzi scheme? So let's go into this a little bit to break down what exactly is a Ponzi scheme so we can differentiate it from what it is not. We need to stop it at an unflattering screenshot of Elon to emphasize his stupidity. There we go. So a Ponzi scheme is a fraudulent investment scam where early investors are paid with money from new investors rather than actual profits. The system works as long as new investors keep joining and putting money in. But eventually it collapses because there aren't enough new investors to pay the earlier ones, and the people running the scheme often disappear with the money. Some key features of a Ponzi scheme. There are no real investments. The money isn't being invested into anything productive. It's not sustainable. It relies on an ever-growing number of investors to pay old ones, and that's it. Fraudulent intent. The people running it know it's a scam and plan to take the money and run. Let's differentiate that from how Social Security actually works. Social Security is a government program designed to provide financial support to retirees, disabled people, and survivors. Here's how it works in simple terms. Workers pay in a portion of their paycheck via payroll taxes. This payroll tax goes into the Social Security system. The money is pooled. The government collects these funds and uses them to pay benefits to current retirees, disabled individuals, and survivors. Future benefits. When you retire or become eligible, you receive benefits based on how much you pay into the system over your working life. Investments. Any surplus funds are invested into U.S. Treasury bonds, one of the safest investments in the world. So let's break down why Social Security is not a Ponzi scheme. First of all, it's not fraudulent. Social Security is a transparent government-run program with no intent to deceive or steal. Secondly, it is backed by the government. Unlike a Ponzi scheme, Social Security is backed by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government. In its 80-year history, it's never missed a single check to any eligible beneficiary. Sure, the payroll tax is a major player in funding Social Security, but unlike a Ponzi scheme, it is not the only game in town. If Social Security ever needs a boost to keep up with inflation or to adjust to a shrinking workforce, there are other ways to help fill the gaps. For example, tax revenue from other sources, like the income tax, could be redirected or even slightly increased in certain taxes could be considered. The point is, it's not all on the payroll tax, and the U.S. government has several financial tools in its belt to make sure Social Security stays strong, no matter what life throws at it. Another key feature is it's not dependent on infinite growth. Okay, this is important to emphasize. A Ponzi scheme collapses when it runs out of new investors. Social Security can be adjusted, tax changes, benefit modifications, etc., to remain solvent. It's also intergenerational, not exploitative. Each generation supports the previous one, creating a social contract rather than a scam. It's not a zero-sum game either. Unlike a Ponzi scheme where only the top benefits, Unlike a Ponzi scheme where only the top benefits, Social Security ensures economic stability and reduces poverty amongst retirees. So no, Elon, Social Security is absolutely not a Ponzi scheme. But your image, well, that might need a little more scrutiny. So let's look at some key differences here. The biggest difference is intent and structure. Okay, a Ponzi scheme is designed to fail and enrich its creators. That's important to note because Social Security is designed to be sustainable and provide a safety net for society. Yes, Social Security relies on current workers to pay for retirees, but this is a feature, not a flaw. It's a pay-as-you-go system, not a fraudulent investment scam, and it is not the only potential source of funding. So what about solvency concerns? Some worry that Social Security will run out of money due to demographic shifts. Examples include fewer workers supporting more retirees. While this is a valid concern, it is not the same as a Ponzi scheme collapsing. So some possible solutions to solvency concerns include raising the payroll tax cap, adjusting benefits, and modifying the retirement age. Government has made similar adjustments to in the past to keeping Social Security solvent. In conclusion, Social Security is not a Ponzi scheme. It's a social insurance program that has worked for decades. While it does face challenges, these are solvable through policy changes, not signs of an impending collapse. Comparing it to a Ponzi scheme is a misleading oversimplification and ignores its structure and benefits to millions of Americans. Based on current projections, though, if things are not adjusted, Social Security is projected to run out of funding by 2035. However, if billionaires were required to pay into Social Security at the same rate as someone making $175 million, if billionaires were required to pay into Social Security at a higher rate than someone making $175 million, it could keep the system funded for another 75 years. Currently, their billionaires, through a tax loophole, only have to pay up to a cap of $175 million of their income into the payroll tax. If we increase this slightly to make them pay their fair share, we could alleviate these concerns. Social Security faces funding challenges starting in 2035. This proposal by Senator Sanders is to increase contributions from extremely high income earners and is among the best strategies that could help secure the program's future, making them pay their fair share into the system. So it's extremely unfair when you have a billionaire like Elon who pays the same into Social Security as someone making $175 million. If we raise that cap on high income earners, not people like you and me, not even millionaires and rich people, but extremely rich people, if we just raise that a little bit on them, we would solve this issue. If we raised it a little bit more, we could probably cover Social Security for the next 75 years. So a quick Freedom Fund pitch here. On Beneficence TV, we don't take sponsorships because we actually like telling the truth. No corporate strings, no muzzles, just raw independent research into ending fascism and unlocking zero-point energy. Our only sponsors are you. So please hit that like button, subscribe, and share. And if you really want to power the cause, check out my Patreon and YouTube memberships, where you'll find exclusive behind-the-scenes content and get the first glance into all my Vortex coil research before it goes public. Remember, I'm working with energy recycling systems that could change the future. We're going to go to a quick intermission, and then we're going to do a second part of my red pill analysis, an expose on anarcho-capitalism. Some really, really fun stuff to dive into, stuff that I've wanted to talk about for quite some time. So stay tuned right here on the Red Pill series.
Elon, we got to be smart about this. Very smart. Some would say the smartest. The founders, great guys, tremendous guys, wrote a beautiful document, but let's be honest, it's very outdated. Tremendously outdated. Almost as bad as low-flow toilets, folks. They don't flush. You know this, I know this, everybody knows this.
Right. The flushing technology is deeply inefficient. I mean, I could engineer a vacuum-powered hyperflush system, but instead here we are talking about flushing concepts. Which parts do we deorbit?
First of all, term limits. Gone. What's the point? The people love me. They want me. Have you seen the rallies? Thousands, Elon. Millions. It's practically a mandate from God.
Okay, but let's think strategically. If we dump term limits, we got to spin it for the people. Like democracy too, now with more freedom. Maybe say term limits are woke because they limit choices.
Genius. We call freedom forever. Let the people vote over and over and over again until they get it right, which is me. Very fair. Like a subscription model, but for elections.
Maybe we also flush the whole checks and balances thing. Too many checks, not enough balances. Very inefficient system.
I was just saying that. Checks, fake news, balance. I've already got it. I mean, have you seen my golf swing?
So, judiciary stays, or do we replace it with an AI? Maybe one that, thinks correctly?
Elon, my friend, that's why you're a visionary. A big thinker. We replace the Supreme Court with Truth GPT. No more interpretations, just cold, hard facts. And those facts are, of course, very good for me.
Love it. But what about the First Amendment? People keep saying things. I don't like when they say things.
Well, we keep half of it. The part where we can say anything. The other half, straight into the toilet. Swirl it around. Maybe add some bleach. Like a little disinfecting cocktail.
Good. Free speech, but only for shareholders.
See? This is why America wins with us, Elon. We're cutting the red tape, making democracy as smooth as a beautiful golden flush.
Wait, if we flush too much, doesn't that kind of break the system and then we're left ruling over chaos?
Elon! That's where you're wrong. We don't break it, we fix it. Like I fixed casinos, like I fixed Twitter. I mean X, like I fixed everything. Trust me, it's going to be beautiful. The best, most American flush in history.
Okay, but if this backfires, I do have a rocket out back and in my pants. Fully reusable, rapid re-entry, and elongated for maximum efficiency, courtesy of my amazing plastic surgeon.
Elon, I gotta say, tremendous work. Many people are saying it, but let me tell you, if we're talking size, I've got the biggest constitutional amendment right here. They say it's too long, too thick, too complicated. One woman even said it's a bit crooked. I say that's what makes it great.
Well, mine's state-of-the-art, incredible efficiency, ultra lightweight but powerful, like the armored Cybertruck, but personalized for maximum insemination. And we fixed the bulletproof function as well.
Not gonna lie, I'm impressed. But as you know, size does matter. In America, she loves a guy with a huge mandate. She doesn't mind if you grab her by the profit either.
Right. And speaking of things getting wrecked, are we still flushing term limits?
Oh, absolutely. The biggest flush in history. Tremendous. Like my ratings. And apparently like your new launch system.
Got it. Term limits, free speech for shareholders, Supreme Court replaced with Truth GPT, bold moves. But if this backfires, I still have a rocket out back.
Escape plans? Love it. Very smart. But trust me, Elon, this flush is going to make America great again.
I want to talk to you about something that has been my fellow Americans. I want to talk to you about something that has been a topic of much debate and unfortunately too much misinformation. For decades, we've been told that our future depends on scarcity, that our energy needs are limited and must come from a select few sources, many of which are polluting and inefficient. But I'm here to tell you, it's time for us to rethink the very foundation of how we view energy. The idea of free energy devices has long been dismissed as fringe or in some cases outright conspiratorial. But it's important to recognize that this is not a new idea, nor is it a pipe dream. It's a scientific possibility that many credible thinkers, including Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden, have been trying to bring to light for years. You might not have heard about it in mainstream circles, but those who have looked into it, real scientists, real engineers, are showing us that we can tap into an energy source we've barely scratched the surface of. The vacuum. Yes, the vacuum of space itself, a limitless field of energy that, like Nikola Tesla once envisioned, could power our world without the need for fossil fuels, without the need for waste, without the need to pay for energy at all. It sounds like science fiction, but it's grounded in real, proven science. And yet, for far too long, it has been suppressed. This isn't just about new technology or gadgets. It's about a revolution, a true industrial revolution that could lift us into a future of abundance, a future where energy is not controlled by a few, but accessible to all. That's why I'm asking you to start rethinking what we've been told. We're no longer calling it free energy. We're calling it energy recycling, because that's what it is. It's harnessing the natural forces that are all around us and making them work for us. I know it may sound radical, but it's time we ask ourselves why this hasn't been part of the conversation until now. Why have those with the power to make a real change in our energy systems continued to push for scarcity instead of abundance? Why has this potential been buried in favor of systems that benefit a few at the expense of many? I believe it's time we change the narrative. We have the knowledge, we have the tools. This is not just about science. This is about our future. The energy revolution is here. It's time we embrace it. Thank you. God bless you. God bless America.
Have you heard about this Benefactor guy? This dude is talking about free energy, but here's the twist. He says it's not free energy. He's calling it energy recycling, which first off is kind of genius, right? Because when you say free energy, people immediately throw you in the crazy bin. But energy recycling, that sounds like some next level Tesla shit.
Yeah, man, it's all about the branding. But what is it that he's actually doing?
All right, check this out. He posted this. Free energy isn't actually free. This is a misnomer. It's actually a mutual exchange from the vacuum, a field of energy from which everything arises, the same energy that powers an atom. Like what? Bro, that's some deep shit. But then he breaks it down. He says you can tap into this energy without breaking any known laws of physics by using something called back EMF capture.
Whoa, back EMF capture? Sounds like some serious sci-fi tech.
Dude, listen to this. He explains that when a coil collapses using a pulsed signal, the energy that would normally just get wasted, like just dissipate as heat, can actually be recycled. He says nature gives you back energy to stabilize the system, which makes sense if you think about how nature works. Like everything in nature is always trying to find balance, right?
So equilibrium, is that like how water always levels out or something? I'm trying to remember what Ms. Murphy said to me in 6th grade science all those years ago. What was that? Oh yeah, Elon, stop eating that glue and pay attention. Man, if only I had listened, I'd probably be the one inventing energy recycling instead of just talking about it.
Exactly. So he's saying that by intentionally destabilizing the system, collapsing the field, you actually get energy back as a kind of natural response. And here's where it gets wild. He compares it to Pushing a swing, if you push at the right moment, you don't need to use a lot of energy and the swing gains momentum. But instead of a swing, he's using resonance to harness that extra energy without it becoming destructive. He says most traditional systems are like a surfer fighting against the current, while his method is like riding the wave to shore.
Dude, that's crazy. So he's basically saying the energy is already there. I just suck at using it efficiently?
That's what it sounds like. He's basically saying the way we harness energy now is like trying to swim against the tide. And if we used resonance instead, we'd be tapping into energy that's already there, just waiting to be used. I don't know, man. Either this guy is onto something or he's the most poetic bullshitter of all time.
Well, if he's legit, why isn't he all over the news? I haven't heard anything from him on X, formerly Twitter. He hasn't said anything bad about me on X. So, you know, I didn't ban him or anything. Look, I'm not the monster my therapist says I am. I mean, sure, I've spent millions of dollars training to beat a kangaroo in a fist fight, but that doesn't mean I'm dangerous. It just means I get shit done.
That's the real question, man. But here's the craziest part. I looked into him, and he's not selling anything. He open sources all of it. That's the real question, man. Either the system doesn't want to hear it, or we're about to find out if this guy disappears in the middle of the night.
Dude, that's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. That means if he's telling the truth, anybody could build this in their garage. You know what I say? Go fuck yourself, benefactor.
Nope, no patents, no paywalls, just straight up, here, take it, see for yourself. Like, what kind of madman does that? Usually people either try to cash in or they get shut down before they can say a word. But this guy, he's out there on live streams showing people exactly how to replicate it.
I mean, if you want to try to take on my Tesla tech, how dare you put out better technology that is cheaper and safer? Go fuck yourself.
That's the thing, man. If it's real and people start building it, that's a game changer. We're talking about completely shifting how we think about energy. But also, if it's real, you got to wonder how long before somebody tries to stop him.
Or maybe we can think of it like how long before his Tesla mysteriously malfunctions.
Exactly. You ever notice how every time someone gets too close to this kind of stuff, they either disappear, get discredited, or somehow have a tragic accident? But this guy's going full transparency mode. He's putting it all out there where everyone can see it. Maybe that's his strategy. If enough people know, it can't just get buried.
Holy shit, this might be one of those moments, you know, like we look back and say that was the start of something huge.
Can't you hear his voice? Can't you hear his voice? Talking about 0 point, the points lost on them. Kevin structures crumbling from the same old Sam. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited paper on nerd injustice burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish, rising shed boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world begins to play.
Welcome back to the Red Pill series, everybody. I'm your host, the Benefactor. Right now, we're going to do a part 2 of my Red Pill analysis, which is an expose on anarcho-capitalism. So this is something I've wanted to dive into for quite some time. I have a couple of friends who do consider themselves to be anarcho-capitalists, and although I do love them as friends, their ideology needs to be addressed for some inconsistencies. Elijah, thank you for tuning in and for sharing your Google Docs. I will take a look at that during the next intermission. I really appreciate that, friend. He shared with us a materials guide on how to harness 0 point energy. So Elijah is one of our moderators and a part of our team here. He has been valuable in disseminating some of this information about 0 point energy, along with, Michelle Morel and myself researching the vortex coil systems and trying to open source that kind of technology and get it out to the world, specifically by relabeling free energy devices as simply what it is, energy recycling. It's not free, technically. In my opinion, I think free energy came about as a slander to kind of slander these ideas and get people to ignore the science behind them. What we're doing here is nothing radical. We're just simply using energy that is normally wasted. That's it. So let's jump into part 2 of my Red Pill series analysis, an expose on anarcho-capitalism. In an anarcho-capitalist system, private businesses would provide the services that governments currently handle, such as security, law enforcement, roads, and even courts. The idea is that competition in a free market society would lead to more efficient and customer-friendly services compared to government-run monopolies. However, anarcho-capitalists argue that these businesses wouldn't have the same coercive power as a state because customers would always choose alternatives. In theory, without government protection, businesses would have to compete fairly to be accountable to their customers rather than using force or taxation. But critics argue that in practice, powerful businesses could form monopolies, leading to corporate rule rather than true freedom. Anarcho-capitalists, on the other hand, believe that a true free market could prevent such monopolies from forming because competition would always exist. The idea that private businesses would magically stay in check, though, just because of competition, ignores how power tends to concentrate at the top. Without any governing structure, what's to stop the biggest corporations from just becoming de facto rulers? History shows us that when left unchecked, businesses don't always play fair. In fact, they form monopolies, exploit workers, and find ways to crush competition. Anarcho-capitalism assumes people will always have real choices, but in reality, power and wealth tend to consolidate, and without regulations, the most ruthless players usually win. It's basically replacing one ruling class, the government, with another, the corporate overlords. Except now there's no accountability at all. So this ignores the structure of how capitalism organizes its labor as a small group or an individual with all the control, and a large group of individuals with little to no control but do all the production or most of the production. This is the antithesis to democracy and concentrates wealth and power at the top. What we can do here is eliminate the employer-employee relationship by advocating for a worker cooperative where the workers own the business themselves. One worker, one vote, and together they decide the key decisions: what to produce, when to produce, where to produce, and what to do with the profits that everybody helps generate. Sharing responsibilities and resources, a worker cooperative tends to be more efficient because it's democratic. It's not an authoritarian hierarchy of structure. At the end of the day, if you're personally invested in your place of business, you're going to walk all the way back up those fucking steps to turn the lights off if you forgot to. Compare that to if you really hate your fucking job and you're underpaid and undervalued, fuck those lights. You're not going to walk up the steps. All right, we're going to do another quick sellout free zone disclaimer. This message is not brought to you by Big Oil, Big Tech, or Big Anybody. Nope. We stay independent so we can keep the truth flowing. If you believe in that message, you can support us directly through Patreon or YouTube memberships. If you feel inspired by my analysis and research, super chats are always helpful and most appreciated. So remember to like, subscribe, and share if you're into the truth.
Have you heard about this benefactor? This dude is talking about
This minor galaxy, every number secret sound. Years in shadows, chasing dreams, the loneliness where he was bound. But in those waves of radiant truth lies the magic of his youth. Oh, like the night think to spawn, The math magician's rise. We see the world through his eyes. They call him at a lonely star, lost in formulas so bizarre. Connections made where none could see, a future bright while symmetry. Beyond the whisper and the sneers, Victor's victory over the years. Oh, like the night picked a spark, he's a beacon in the dark. The math magician's rise. We see the world through his eyes.
We're going to give out a couple of memberships. As promised, I forgot to last live stream.
The truth like fire at round delight. Victor's vision in full flight. Oh, like the night Victor spark. He's a beacon in the dark. The math magician's bride. We see the world through his eyes. My dust cracks the code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits that shine in neon lights. Oh yeah, seen you creating power from the air. These smiles and delights. Oh yeah. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does all Mike is the one, teaching us knowledge, blinding the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Oh yeah. With Nathan Lulu in the show. Oh, brilliant team. Mike K. Pompeo, we're letting knowledge flow.
Congratulations! Jalapeno, Dennis, Forrest, Auntie Dusty, and Adonius. Welcome to the revolution.
Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. Oh yeah. We've reached new heights. Hey. Mike does all Mike is the one, teaching us knowledge, blinding the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
Welcome back to the Red Pill series, everybody. I'm your host, the Benefactor, disseminator of all things forbidden. This segment is Marks My Words, and it is a expose on celebrity exploitation. This is interesting. So Mint Mobile is big wireless, but Mr. Ryan Reynolds doesn't want you to understand that while he's advertising for them, even though they clearly are. So this is kind of an expose on not only Ryan Reynolds, but Mint Mobile and celebrities in general.
Big Wireless has once again raised their prices. In response, we're bringing back our deflation promotion. The marketing department asked me to be as explicit as possible when explaining it, so here we go. Because we don't love f***ing our customers over like Big Wireless. We're bringing back our offer for f***ing unlimited premium wireless for only $15 a month. F*** me to the moon and back. That's a great f***ing deal. Explicit enough marketing f***s.
Oh boy. Okay, so Ryan Reynolds is widely known for his charming personality. Oh. There we go.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here. Big
Ryan Reynolds is widely known for his charming personality, quick-witted humor, and relatable marketing. However, beneath his carefully curated public persona lies a business strategy that exemplifies capitalist exploitation. Key point, Mint Mobile was marketed as an affordable customer-first alternative to Big Wireless, yet the company's actions contradict these claims. This presentation explores how Ryan Reynolds uses celebrity branding to manipulate consumers, how Mint Mobile operates in a manner similar to the corporations it claims to oppose, and how this reflects a broader Marxist critique of capitalism itself. The Marxist perspective here, celebrity as a tool for capitalism. From a Marxist perspective, celebrities function as a tool of capitalism, reinforcing the illusion of consumers have control while ensuring continued capital accumulation for the elite. Reynolds is no exception. By presenting himself as an everyday man who loves cheap phones, soccer, and aviation gin, he constructs a false sense of identification with the working class consumers. The illusion of relatability. Celebrities strategically cultivate relatability to sell products. When Reynolds jokes about drinking the same orange juice or needing to save money on phone plans, consumers are conditioned to feel that his choices should be theirs too. Contradictions in actions. While portraying himself as a scrappy entrepreneur fighting against big corporations, Reynolds was selling Mint Mobile to T-Mobile, one of the largest wireless carriers in the United States, for a whopping $1.35 billion. Manipulation of worker struggles. In one Mint Mobile advertisement, Reynolds jokes about paying an employee with canned food. This is not only distasteful, but it also is a grotesque example of how capitalism exploits workers under the guise of humor. Mint Mobile was marketed as a small independent carrier that put customers first. However, customer experiences tell a different story. False, not Big Wireless claim. Mint Mobile marketed itself as a disruptor to Big Wireless, with Ryan Reynolds positioning it as an independent alternative. However, the company ultimately sold out to T-Mobile, contradicting its own messaging and proving it was never truly separate from the major carriers. Poor customer service. Mint Mobile is notorious for its lack of real customer service. Users report significant difficulties resolving billing issues, dropped service, and technical problems with little to no assistance. This mirrors the cost-cutting strategies of the very corporations Mint claimed to be different from. Unfulfilled promotions. Customers frequently complain that promised discounts, referred credits, and promotional deals were never honored, a deceptive tactic commonly used by corporations to lure customers while avoiding payouts. Hidden cost-cutting measures. While Mint Mobile maintained competitive pricing post-T-Mobile acquisition, it appears to have cut costs elsewhere, leading to increased complaints about service quality, order fulfillment issues, delayed shipments, and refund difficulties. Data throttling. Users have experienced reduced data speeds even on higher tier plans, leading to concerns that Mint Mobile may be limiting bandwidth despite advertising affordable unlimited plans. Activation and number porting issues. Many customers have faced challenges activating their service or transferring their existing number to Mint, often resulting in frustrating service interruptions. Refund and cancellation problems. Customers have expressed dissatisfaction with Mint Mobile's refund and cancellation policies, frequently struggling to obtain refunds for unused services. Network reliability concerns. Users have reported frequent outages and connectivity issues, contradicting Mint's claim of reliable service on T-Mobile's network. In other words, while Mint Mobile has maintained its competitive pricing, good luck getting someone on the line to help you when your service goes out. Or there's an issue with your billing. They made that profit from cutting customer service to a bare minimum here. Relating to the cult of celebrity and capitalist contradictions, Ryan Reynolds is a part of a larger trend of celebrities using their charm and mass appeal to profit while pretending to be on the side of the consumer. Celebrities like Reynolds pretend to be just like you. They operate in an economic class entirely removed from the struggles of everyday people. By adding humor and self-deprecation to his ads, Reynolds distracts from the fact that Mint Mobile functions the same way as other exploitative companies. This is a classic example of using entertainment to deflect from corporate greed. Despite portraying himself as an owner deeply involved in Mint Mobile, Reynolds ultimately followed the capitalist playbook, building up a brand, selling it to a corporate giant, and walking away with a massive profit while customers are left with deteriorating services. Other celebrities have pulled similar scams, using their fame and relatability personas to exploit their fans. Kim Kardashian promoted Ethereum Max, a cryptocurrency that turned out to be a pump and dump scheme, leaving investors with worthless tokens while she walked away with profit. Logan Paul's Crypto Zoo was another blatant grift, promising a play-to-earn game that never materialized, costing fans millions. Even Oprah Winfrey, who built her brand on trust and empowerment, was criticized for partnering with Weight Watchers while allegedly profiting from fluctuations in the company's stock value. These examples, like Ryan Reynolds' Mint Mobile, show how celebrities leverage their influence to push deceptive business ventures while shielding themselves from the consequences. From a Marxist lens, Ryan Reynolds' journey with Mint Mobile, culminating in its $1.35 billion sale to T-Mobile, could be seen as a masterclass in capitalism's greatest hits. Celebrity branding meets corporate consolidation. Sure, Reynolds played the charming underdog, pitching Mint as the people's carrier, but let's be real here. This wasn't exactly Robin Hood in a Deadpool suit. While he cashed in big time, the actual laborer keeping Mint afloat, the customer service reps and warehouse workers, didn't exactly get a slice of that billion-dollar pie, did they? And now, with T-Mobile swallowing yet another competitor, it's less minty fresh and more monopoly money for the average consumer. It's the classic capitalist plot twist. The rich get richer and the corporations get bigger, and the rest of us are left holding the phone bill while Ryan Reynolds winks at us from his private island, pretending he's just a regular guy who loves breaking the fourth wall. In conclusion, Ryan Reynolds is not your friend. Reynolds is not a scrappy underdog fighting against big wireless. He's a capitalist who leveraged his celebrity status to sell a false narrative. Mint Mobile was never about customer empowerment, it was about profit maximization. His jokes and charm are tools of deception designed to convince consumers that he is one of them, all the while he's exploiting their trust for financial gain. Under capitalism, celebrities are not allies of the working class. They are business people whose ultimate goal is wealth accumulation. Reynolds' actions with Mint Mobile exemplify this reality. He is not fighting for you, he is profiting off of you. Remember that. Before we go into my State of the Union address, I just want to do a quick sellout disclaimer. I want to remind everybody that Beneficence TV is a progressive media outlet with no sponsors, no puppet masters, no strings attached pulling us one direction or the other. Just you. That means we answer to our viewers, not some corporation. So if you want to keep us going strong, please hit that like button, subscribe, and check out my Patreon and YouTube memberships. You're the reason I can continue my important, unique analysis while open sourcing all my zero-point energy research. We're going to go on to a quick intermission before my State of the Union address, and then some current events. And then we're going to take a medium break and then go on to the Benefactors Guide to Free Energy Devices. Yes, this is a 2-for-1 special today, ladies and gentlemen. You get 2 shows for the price of 1.
Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits that shine in neon lights. Oh yeah, seen you creating power from the air. These smiles and delights. Oh yeah. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does all Mike is the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun. Trumpeting this legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Oh yeah. With Nathan, Lulu in the show. Oh, brilliant team. Mike gave on Faraday. We're letting knowledge flow. Oh yeah. Energy streams. Mike does all Mike is the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. Oh yeah. We've reached new heights. Hey. Mike does all Mike is the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
In a lab with dreams ignite, Lulu's mind is taking flight. Bouncing equations, there's a plan she designs, unlocking secrets where the cosmos aligns. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Knowledge, wisdom, a peek in the dark, juggling studies and life igniting the spark. Every calculation, every moment's so grand. She's building the future with her guiding hand. Every shift she's closer to the night. Family warmth she finds, strength to fight. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge shines, the star in the night. With every step, she's paving the way. In the dance of science, she'll always stay. I say, let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe, we're tracing our destinies collide.
You might have heard a jewel thief circuit hum to you before, but have you ever heard a jewel thief circuit actually sing to you? This is energy recycling. 15.5 hours of continuous power compared to just 2.5 hours off of a standard inverter. While this traditional inverter already maxes out at 88.5% efficiency, we're breaking every limit with my Vortex coil system. This standard DC to AC inverter will only run for 2.5 hours on 12.2 watt hours of energy. But my system provides energy for a whopping 15.5 hours off of the same 12.2 watt hours. That's over 6 times more efficient. Not only that, the system will keep powering my lights well past 12 volts on the battery. This isn't just an upgrade, it's a new industrial revolution. This is the energy of the future, and you are powering it. Imagine a world where energy is infinite, where the power to fuel our lives doesn't come from burning the past, but from harnessing the future. This is the breakthrough that changes everything. 0-point energy, the power of the universe itself, unlocked, and you are the reason it is possible. While the world sleeps, you're awake. While others talk, we are building. This isn't just technology, it's a revolution. And it's happening right now, powered by you. So thank you so much for joining me here on Beneficence TV and supporting our goals in open sourcing 0-point energy technology and disseminating all forms of forbidden knowledge.
Changing the system, I treat it like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is explored. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? cut down all the lies. And it's just fixed, it's all in the map. You can't pull from the ether, you're just chasing a path. But oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of either, he will be outdone. Now stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. In the heart of a life that tells you what's thick. Skeptics gather round the table ready to pick. Show proof and let the taste clear. And I find the stream, you're just chasing a spin. But Michael smile right with fire in his eyes. Watch as I spin, let the naysayers cry. Girl spin fast and a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's hidden inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of either, he will be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. I'm the best there's ever been.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the Red Pill series. This is my State of the Union address. My fellow Americans, the path of scientific inquiry, especially venturing into the fringes, can often lead to unexpected intersections, and not always in ways that align with our original intent. As someone who's dedicated to exploring the untapped potentials of science and advocating for workers' rights, I found myself at a crossroads where my values are sometimes at odds with the groups and ideologies that also engage with these topics. Fringe science, in particular, has seen an influx of ideas that are often co-opted by factions with agendas that don't align with my commitment to truth, openness, and intellectual integrity. When movements, both in science and activism, are influenced or tainted by political agendas, particularly those driven by extreme or right-wing ideologies, it's a challenge to maintain personal and professional credibility. But tonight, I want to expand this conversation to another arena, where truth is often obscured by illusion: celebrity capitalism. We live in an age of celebrity worship, where fame and charm are wielded like weapons to distract us from the harsh realities of exploitation and inequality. Celebrities like Ryan Reynolds, with their quick wit and relatable personas, market themselves as allies of the working class, while quietly cashing billion-dollar checks. They sell us the illusion of empowerment, all the while their business operates in ways that mirror the very systems they claim to oppose. Let's be clear here. This isn't just about one celebrity or one company. It's about a system that rewards the elite while exploiting the labor of workers and the trust of consumers. It's about a culture that prioritizes profit over people and charm over accountability. Take Mint Mobile, for example, marketed as a scrappy underdog fighting against the giants of big wireless. It promised affordability, transparency, and a customer-first approach. But beneath the witty ads and Deadpool-esque charm lay a harsh truth. This was never about empowering the little guy. It was about building a brand, cashing out to a corporate giant, and then walking away with $1 billion payday. And let's not forget the workers. The customer service reps and the warehouse staff, the countless individuals whose labor keeps the business running. They are the ones who bear the brunt of the cost-cutting measures, low wages, and poor conditions. They are the ones who don't get a slice of that $1 billion pie. This is the reality of celebrity capitalism, a system that enriches the few while exploiting the many. And it's not limited to Mint Mobile. From Kim Kardashian's Ethereum Max to Logan Paul's CryptoZoo, we've seen the same pattern repeated. Celebrities leveraging their fame to profit while leaving workers and consumers holding the bag. But this isn't just about calling out celebrities. It's about recognizing the systems that enable this exploitation and demand change. It's about standing up for workers' rights, not just in the tech and entertainment industries, but across all sectors. It's about creating a future where economic justice is the norm, not the exception. I believe in bridging gaps, in transcending divisions, and in promoting a collective approach to both scientific exploration and social justice. But it has become increasingly difficult to do so without being pulled into the agendas of those who are more interested in using these platforms for division rather than for progress. In this journey, I've learned that protecting my legacy and staying true to my core values sometimes means distancing myself from certain factions. This isn't about abandoning those who share similar goals, but rather ensuring that my work and ideas aren't misappropriated or distorted. The last thing I want is for my work to be co-opted by an unethical agenda. I'm here to fight fascism, not enable it. While I respect differing opinions, there's a clear distinction between having a different perspective and harboring animosities towards other ethnic groups. I can entertain the former, but the latter is unacceptable to me. So if you're going to be racist on my show, I will call you out, block you, or straight up bitch slap you. Metaphorically, that is. My commitment to activism is rooted in truth and justice. It's about advancing knowledge, creating dialogue, and contributing to the collective understanding of the world around us. And I refuse to be entangled in divisive rhetoric or compromise the integrity of my pursuit for the sake of ideological alignment. While I do have a political agenda myself, it's often not focused on supporting one political party or the other, but rather critiquing the system as a whole and advocating for workers' rights whenever and wherever necessary. This is not about red versus blue here, it's about purple labor. Workers united across all lines, standing together against capitalist agendas that oppose them. In an age where true analysis is often hidden beneath the noise of polarized culture wars, it's more important now than ever to stand firm in the pursuit of truth, even if it means standing apart from the crowd. With Beneficence TV, my goal isn't simply to stay ahead of the curve, I'm actively working to shape it. Inevitably, not everyone will see what I'm trying to do. In fact, my analysis is so critical, it often triggers an intense reactionary response, as these truths I'm uncovering challenge the very fabric of what's been kept from the public eye. But that's the nature of shedding light in a room full of shadows. Sometimes the truth makes people squint, but once your eyes adjust, you start to see the dark. And it is only then you realize the world was never as opaque as you once thought. It was just waiting for someone to turn on the light. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. We're going to do a quick, friendly reminder that Beneficence TV is a progressive media outlet with no sponsors. So if you like our content, please put a like on our videos, subscribe for more revolutionary content, comment if you want to help spread the message, and share to anyone who would consider this valuable content and a valuable resource for them. And we much appreciate all the shares and the likes and the comments. All the love and support has been immensely important to our goals in spreading this message. Before we go on to some quick current events, I'm going to jump into a quick intermission to catch my breath, and then we're going to take a look at some videos before we take our long intermission before the Benefactors Guide to Free Energy Devices. What time is it? We should be on par. Yeah, so we'll do about an hour of current events, and then we'll do maybe like 30-minute breaks. Yeah, so that'll lead us to like 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, we'll aim for Benefactors Guide to Free Energy Devices. All right, so stay tuned here on Beneficence TV.
There's a man named Michael with a vision to show. Billy told to go, he's got the spark, dreaming of a future that'll light up the dark. But on the other side, Bill Nye's on the rise with his laptop charts, he's cut down all the lies. And it just fits, it's all in the map. You can't pull from it either, you're just chasing a path. But oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of either, he will be outdone. Now stand up and shout, let the truth be unfurled. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. In the heart of the lab, the tension was thick. Skeptics gathered round the table ready to fit. Show fruit, fed neck, the taste beer, and I find the stream. You're just chasing a spin. But Michael smiled by with fire in his eyes. Just watch as I spin, let the naysayers cry. Girl spin fast, and a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of either, he will be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be unfurled. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. I'm the best there's ever been.
Hate to depths and fall you want.
You got the skills, you've got the drive, but your boss won't help you thrive. You work so hard, you give your best, but they keep fighting, it's about what's fair. Sharing the value of what's made there. If the boss says no, don't be afraid. Together we've got the tools to trade. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treat it fair, don't send despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize. Because a union means we're unified. No more later, no more wait. To change the rules, create our fate. It's not just you, it's all of us. In solidarity we build the trust. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treat it fair, don't send despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize. Because a union means we're unified. As a union means we're unified. The unified, the unified. Your voice matters, your work matters. Together we can make it better.
Say, I remember when we used to stand in the heart of the workers' plan. Obstacles weighed heavy on our backs, but unity's the strength they lack. Good friends we had and good friends we've lost, fighting battles at every cost. But through the struggle we raise our voice, in solidarity we made our choice. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey little brother, don't you come by. No union, no buy. Our hands build the wealth they hold so tight, but together we reclaim our rights. No more silence, no more pain. In our unity, there's everything to gain. We lift each other, we won't back down. From city streets to every town, the power's in the people's hands. No union, no buy. We take a stand. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey little sister, raise your flag high. No union, no buy. All the tables are turning, the fire inside keeps burning. For the workers and the buyers, we're igniting freedom's fires. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Together we'll rise and we won't deny. No union, no buy. I remember when we used to stand with hope and strength, hand in hand. The struggle's hard, but we'll survive. No union, no buy.
Welcome back to the Red Pill series, everybody. This is the last segment in our series before we transition into the Benefactors Guide to Free Energy Devices. We're going to go over some quick current events. Just one of the reasons Ben Shapiro is a piece of shit. Shapiro defends the monster who clearly has his knee on Floyd's neck, while spouting bullshit lies. How he did not have... He didn't have his knee on... How he didn't have his knee on his neck, how he couldn't see this is not just ignorant, it's racist. And it's a direct message. It means he is an illegitimate journalist, spreading an illegitimate message. Oh, it was muted. 1 second.
If we are issuing pardons, however, There is one person that President Trump should pardon from federal charges forthwith. It would be incredibly controversial, but I think that it's absolutely necessary. That person is Derek Chauvin. President Trump should, in fact, pardon Derek Chauvin. He should. He should pardon him his federal charges.
Yes, because all of the other...
So he's advocating for the pardoning of the man. Oh, here, you guys can't see it. Let me put it up on screen. So he's advocating the release of the man who clearly had his fucking knee on this poor guy's neck, saying that he couldn't breathe. And here's Ben Shapiro misleading his audience once again. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
If we are issuing pardons, however, there is one person that President Trump should pardon from federal charges forthwith. It would be incredibly controversial, but I think that it's absolutely necessary. That person is Derek Chauvin. President Trump should, in fact, pardon Derek Chauvin. He should. He should pardon him his federal charges.
Yes, because all of the other things going on, including the price of avocados, this is what Ben Shapiro is thinking about. This week, he launched a campaign to convince President Trump to pardon former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, who was responsible for the death of George Floyd. I'm going to toss it to you, Cenk, in just a second. But as a reminder, let's tell people the history. Chauvin sentenced to 270 months, 22 and a half years in prison, June 2021, after he was found guilty of counts of second-degree unintentional murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter. A year later, Chauvin was handed an additional 21-year sentence for violating Floyd's civil rights. Floyd's death was deemed a homicide after Chauvin knelt on his neck for 9 minutes, people looking on. Mr. Floyd was handcuffed, face down, gasping, begging for air.
This video is very, very graphic. So if you're sensitive to this type of material, please don't look at this.
My face is gone. Please understand. Please,
I just hate hearing those screams. And
it's absolutely disgusting. It's terrifying. So we have another clip of Ben Shapiro and his take on George Floyd's situation.
If we are issuing pardons, however, there is one person that President Trump should pardon from federal charges forthwith. It would be incredibly controversial, but I think that it's absolutely necessary. That person is Derek Chauvin. President Trump should, in fact, pardon Derek Chauvin. He should. He should pardon him his federal charges. The inciting event for the BLM riots that caused $2 billion in property damage in the United States and set America's race relations on their worst footing in my lifetime was, in fact...
Newsflash, they've already been at their worst. This was the catalyst of the worst.
The railroading of Derek Chauvin in the death of George Floyd. The evidence demonstrates that Derek Chauvin did not, in fact, commit murder of George Floyd. George Floyd was high on fentanyl. He had a significant pre-existing heart condition. George Floyd was saying he could not breathe before he was even out of the car. He was in the car.
Okay, so regarding Shapiro's argument that he was complaining as soon as he exited the car, if he said he couldn't breathe from the start, proceeding to further restrict Floyd's ability to breathe is not the proper response. I don't know how these two men sleep at night. One of them is a cold-blooded racist murderer, and the other is actively defending that racist murderer. While we have documented evidence to contradict everything Shapiro is saying here, this is beyond irresponsible journalism. It's just disgusting. So let's move on to the next video I have, which is a wolf response video. Communism is not taking over America, ladies and gentlemen, so you have nothing to fear on that front.
Welcome, friends, to another Wolf Responds. I want to respond today to last night's State of the Union message from President Donald Trump. I want to focus on two major issues where he could have and should have been an honest presenter, as a good leader would, of the problems we face as a nation and of whatever plans he has for solving those problems. He didn't do that, and so I'm going to try to do that in these few minutes that I have with you. So I want to talk about two topics. The first one is the massive firing of government employees that is underway by Mr. Trump and by his, what can we call him, assistant, Mr. Musk. And the second topic will be the disintegration of the relationship between the United States and its major allies in Europe and Canada and Mexico. So let's begin with the firing of all these public employees. The language used is phony. This is not about efficiency, and it never was. Efficiency is what hustlers use when they want you to be distracted from what's actually going on. Employers fire employees and tell them, well, it's nothing personal. Oh, it's not about profit. It's about being efficient. Sure it is. Let me give you an example of the efficiency that we see. I'm going to take simply one example, easy, the Internal Revenue Service, the people who collect taxes from us all in this country. About 70,000 people. Wow. 10% of them, or 7,000, have already been fired. And the plans currently publicly listed are for 50%, half of the remaining folks, 30,000 or more, to be fired. When you fire 50 to 60% of people in a short amount of time, you're not becoming efficient. You're just taking a meat cleaver to the process. Efficient would require you to go through job after job, see what is really necessary, what isn't, what could be solved by moving a person from one kind of work to another, from one location to another. Yeah, we know what it means to go through a job situation to make things more efficient. That's not what's being done. You couldn't do that in a matter of weeks, which is what we're talking about. So what we're seeing is something else. And here's what the president should have told you. Back in 2017, during the first presidency of Trump, he gave corporations and the rich one of the biggest tax cuts in American history. Huge, huge. But to get it through the Congress, to give this gift to corporations and the rich, by the way, at the end of 30 years of American history, when we had been redistributing wealth and income from the poor and the middle to the folks at the top, when the people at the top never needed a tax cut less than they needed it in 2017, Mr. Trump gave it to them anyway. But to get it through Congress, he had to append a clause saying that these extraordinary tax cuts for the rich would expire in the year 2025, this year. And now, if they expired, the corporations and the rich would have to go back to paying significant taxes that they haven't paid since 2017. And they don't want to. And Mr. Trump has promised them they won't have to. Well, if they don't raise those taxes, then the government would have to borrow trillions, as it has been doing for some years now. And Mr. Trump wants to appear to be the one who doesn't borrow the way the others did. So he can say, look at me, I'm not borrowing. And how is he going to do that? By taking a meat cleaver to the public employees, cutting out their jobs, cutting out their budgets, closing their offices, closing their activities. This is not about efficiency. This is a political game to make Mr. Trump look good to the billionaires he knows he needs to please to keep his game, his position, and his power going. Don't be fooled. Let me turn next to the extraordinary events that were referred to in the speech, but we've all been following. The destruction of the alliance the United States used to have, an alliance very close with what are called the G7, the group of seven, Japan, Canada, Britain, France, Germany, and Italy, with Mexico a close second. This alliance is now disintegrating.
And the president ought to have talked about why that's happening, what problems it presents, and what he's going to do, instead of prancing around like he's Mr. Tough Guy, putting America first, as if our previous presidents didn't try to do that as well. Here we go. Everything about our alliance starts at the end of World War II. It'll take me a moment, but I think you'll see the importance. At the end of World War II, 1945, the United States was the only combating country left standing. Other than Pearl Harbor, no bombs fell in the United States. Contrary to a destroyed economy in Britain, in France, in Germany, in Russia, you name it, in all the potential competitors, they were ruined. The United States emerged dominant. Dominant militarily, dominant politically, dominant economically. The US dollar became the world's currency. We were on top of the hill. There were problems. Our ally in fighting the German Nazis was the Soviet Union. And we were now scared of them, so we converted them from ally into enemy. In Europe, much closer to Russia than we are, much closer to the Soviet Union than we were, there had been a powerful growth of the communist and socialist movements and political parties in all European countries. Why? Because they were the backbone of the anti-Nazi, anti-fascistic resistance. The second most important political party in Italy after the war was the Communist Party of Italy.
So that cannot be overstated. The backbone of the fascist resistance of Nazi Germany was the communist and socialist collectives.
In the first parliament Charles de Gaulle had post-war France, several cabinet positions were given to the French Communist Party. And the United States was freaked out by Russia, now the great other, and freaked out by how close to revolutionary change much of Europe was. I'm talking about Western Europe. Eastern Europe was already part of what we call then the Soviet bloc. So the United States, being the big powerful one, took over. It created not a demobilization of the war that was now over, World War II, but the opposite, a growth in our military so that we became the overwhelmingly dominant military power in the world, which we have been ever since. So strong was the United States that it basically said to Western Europe, here's a deal. We're going to make an alliance. We're going to call it NATO. And in that alliance, we're going to be the dominant military force. You don't have to have a serious army because we'll take care of that for you. And ditto for Navy, and ditto for Marines, and ditto for Air Force. We'll take care of it. You don't have to spend money, you Europeans. Here's what you can do with the money that you don't have to spend on defense. You can use it to give your working classes a wonderful social welfare state, as good or better than what workers in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe can afford to give themselves. And that way we'll defeat communism. We will make Western Europe a consumer wonderland. Good salaries, good private incomes, and massive government-supported public services. I'm going to give you just two examples, which I take from current-day France. If you graduate from high school or college in France today, and you enter the labor force, as everybody does, sooner or later, your employer, whether you're 20 years old or 30 years old or any age, your employer must give you 5 weeks of paid vacation every year. And that's been true for the last half century. Most Americans will never have that. If you're French, you're covered by a health insurance from the day you're born to the day you die. Doesn't matter whether you're working or not working, whether you have an employment contract like this or like that. It's a service given to everybody in France by right. Let me give you another example. In France, in Germany, in many other European countries, if you choose to go for higher education beyond high school, college, university, you know what the tuition there is? Zero, nothing. The government provides that to you for free. Yup, you have to pay your room and board, but you don't pay for higher education. These are extraordinary services that have been available to Europeans for decades. If you didn't know about it, think about what that might mean. But the United States basically paid for that by providing the military cover. Of course, it was good for the United States because providing military cover is a polite way of saying taxing the American people and giving that money to the military producers of the guns and the tanks and the missiles and all the rest of it. So it was a support for our economy, the military, very big in our society, much bigger than anything else in the world, which it has to be if you're going to be the national, international military power. Okay, why am I telling you this? Because that has all changed now. The Soviet Union is gone. Russia is a capitalist society and says so proudly. Mr. Putin says it over and over again. So the Soviet Union is gone. And the socialist and communist movements inside Europe are much, much weaker than they were in 1945. There is no comparable danger of the way it was then. And so the United States is looking at a totally different situation.
So anybody who is fearing that communism is taking over America, I think there was a Mark Levin book, American Communism or some bullshit. Yeah, so that's not the case here. In fact, it couldn't be the opposite. The labor movements are at their weakest. I mean, in the recent years, though, we have seen a slight rise, indicating that that might be changing. People might be starting to wake up. But for decades, this was not the case. We saw a gradual decline in union participation and a sudden incline in skeptics of the unions. So that really reduced and significantly weakened our labor movement. So we need to wake people up to these right-wing myths about unions. Okay, unions are there to protect people. They're there to protect labor. They're there to collectively bargain for fair wages, safer working conditions, and ease the exploitation under a capitalist organized business. So let's take a look at a video where Trump tanks the market, but it might be strategic, something I previously had not considered. This is a video from Kyle Kulinski's Secular Talk channel.
All right, guys, I got some big breaking news here for you. So the markets absolutely tanked because Trump came out during a press conference, was asked about the tariffs on Canada and Mexico. Remember, about a month ago, he said, we're going to put the tariffs on them. And then he had a meeting at the last minute with the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, and Trudeau from Canada. And basically, he found a way to sort of weasel out of doing the tariffs by saying, oh, we made a beautiful agreement. Mexico is going to send 10,000 troops to the border to make sure the fentanyl stops coming in. And he used that to be able to get out of doing the tariffs because, as every economic expert will tell you, this would be cataclysmic for the U.S. economy. I mean, it'd be cataclysmic for the Mexican and the Canadian economy as well. Well, he was just asked, hey, how about those tariffs? Like, are they going to go into effect? And he says, yep, they're going into effect tomorrow. And then he was asked if there's any wiggle room in that. And he was like, nope, there's no wiggle room. The tariffs are going into effect tomorrow. And these are steep tariffs, man. This is, Crystal, was it 15% or 25%? 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, our top allies. And so the market reacted in real time and absolutely imploded. And look, I don't want to overstate it, but if he were to go through with these tariffs, it would be just an economic disaster. You're basically looking at like a guaranteed recession, potentially a depression. In fact, the Atlanta Fed came out earlier today and predicted a 2.8% decrease for our GDP. Okay, that now we're getting into like just horrific territory here where we're talking about widespread pain. And if you put together what Trump's going to do with the tariffs, mixed with all of Elon Musk's austerity, again, we're looking at a catastrophe here, the likes of which we haven't seen since probably 2008. But in all seriousness, it might surpass 2008. So I wanted to share this with you because this is very prescient. This is a tweet from a guy named Jake. He says, if I wanted to crash the economy, I think I'd put on indiscriminate tariffs, push cheap labor out of our country, that's all the mass deportations, slash public jobs, that's what Elon's doing, cut public spending, that's what the Republicans in the House and Senate are doing, promote an alternative to the dollar, that's all the crypto bullshit, and incentivize every global ally to partner with China. And that is effectively what Trump is doing with how unstable he is on the global stage, pushing everybody into the arms of China and BRICS, making, the dollar become less and less relevant and less likely to be the global currency of the future. I mean, geez, man, this is really, really not looking good. And this could only be the beginning. If he really goes through with these tariffs, this is only the beginning here of the pain and the economic calamity. Like I said, the stock market crashed. Countless people will lose their jobs. It'll be a massive contraction if he really goes through with these tariffs. By the way, this is an article that just came out, Daily Beast. Trump tariffs set to send car prices soaring up to $12,000 higher. That's just one thing, too. We're just cars we're talking about here. $12,000 higher. Don't take my word for it. You go
It's actually around 20,000.
read the list of all the stuff that we import from Canada and Mexico. Bro. So Trump also came out and said, to the great farmers of the United States, get ready to start making a lot of agricultural product to be sold inside of the United States. Tariffs will go on external product on April 2nd. And then he finishes the tweet with, have fun. Man, that is a cutesy-ass way of basically telling farmers, you are Fucksville. Like, you're screwed. My policies are actively going to destroy you. And so, look, now this gets to a broader conversation of, like, why on earth would you do something that you know is going to be so disastrous for the economy? And, I mean, there's some ugly answers to it, right? I mean, one thing is, if you really have a giant recession or economic depression, that does allow Trump and his fellow robber barons, a group of 20 or 30 or maybe up to 100 people, to swoop in and buy everything up cheap, right? To really get us back truly to a Gilded Age type system where there's just a handful of people own everything and everybody else is effectively a peasant. And so I mean, I really don't know how to impress upon you guys just how colossally disastrous this can be here.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. I think the stock market was crashing while he was talking on Fox, and they had to cut it because while he was talking, it was crashing more.
All right, guys, so we move from Joe Rogan to the guy Joe Rogan wishes he can be, Bill Burr. Bill Burr's been on fire lately, and I say that because what comedy has become in the modern day and age is like these right-wing edgelords who think that comedy is like, I'm just going to say the most extreme thing possible, and if I trigger the libs, I'm doing comedy, bro. And that's how you get to a point where, like, you got all these assholes that have brought back the Nazi salute, and they think that it's, like, edgy, right? Because this is the mindset now. Well, Bill Burr is not that. He doesn't think comedy is just like, I'm going to trigger the libs. He thinks comedy is comedy. And he thinks you should make people laugh by saying things that are witty and incisive and true. So he's been on fire lately. You know, he came out and said that the billionaires need to be put down like rabid dogs. And I loved his bit about, like, you know, all these people like, why did Luigi do it? I don't understand. Why would he do that? And Burr's like, everybody fucking knows exactly why he did it. Are you kidding me? These insurance companies deny claims for life-saving care to people because all they care about is their own profit. What are you talking? Everybody knows why Luigi did it. What are you, stupid? And so he's been doing his thing. Well, guess what? Bill Burr is now stepping on toes because the comedy world is very right-leaning now. Many of them snuggled up to Trump and sniffed his ball sack and told him it smelled like flowers. And, you know, the Rogan sphere is all totally sold out to MAGA, and it's humiliating. Well, Bill Burr, I'm sure he's been seeing from afar what Rogan's been doing, and he's just like, ugh, right? So here, let me walk you through this feud. Ben Shapiro said Bill Burr is, quote, going woke. He's going woke, guys, because he thinks billionaires are exploitative and greedy. He's going woke. So Burr responded, all he knew is if he put woke on what I said, he would make more money. I don't know who he is, but that guy's a jerk off. I got to work on my Burr impression. It's not that good. But is that not exactly what the right-wing trick is, bro? Is that not exactly what it is? I got an idea. Somebody on the left made a good point. Let's call it woke. It's literally a mental shortcut in an argument to say, I don't have to respond to the substance of what you're saying, so I'm just going to go, woke much, bro? Are you woke much, bro? So they say, this from Variety, Bill Burr lashed out at CEOs in December following the murder of United Healthcare executive Brian Thompson, saying, I love that fucking CEOs are fucking afraid right now. You should be. By and large, you're all a bunch of selfish, greedy fucking pieces of shit, and a lot of you are mass murderers. You just don't pull the trigger. That's what it looks like. That's why it looks clean. For them to be like, oh, why would anybody want to do this? They're denying claims and people are dying. Shapiro responded by claiming Burr has become woke over time. I think he became embarrassed that many people on the right thought he was very funny. So he decided he was going to go woke. Oh my God. How immensely based would it be if what Shapiro was saying here was true? That Bill Burr looked around and he was like, you know, I really don't want Trump fascist cult members to think I'm funny. I really don't want Elon simps to think I'm funny, because I think these people are weird. I think these people are disconnected. I think they're in a cult. I think they're kind of losers. I think they're pathetic. And so he looked around and said, I don't like this company that I'm in. And so he decided, I'm actually going to do, in the spirit of Bill Hicks, in the spirit of George Carlin, I'm going to unapologetically come out here and tell the truth and not care about who the fuck it pisses off on the right, and also be witty and incisive and tell the truth, where normal people can listen and go, that's funny and that's a good point. God, he nailed Ben Shapiro's ass here. I love how much he nailed it. Yeah, I think Bill Burr's gone woke, because Bill Burr says things that I disagree with, and that means that you're woke. Obviously, woke is disagreeing with me, and not woke is agreeing with me, so he's woke. And he says, look, all you fucking know how to do is just call things woke. Like, that's literally all. Like, in your mind, you think you just checkmated me. You think you just, debate ending, mic drop moment. I'm going to call you woke. I win. And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? That's not an argument. That's not a point. And all Shapiro's doing, and Rogan at this point too, is trying desperately to appeal to their right-wing audience. But guess what? They hit a wall, because now there's actually a backlash to MAGA and Trumpism and Elon Musk. And I just love how dismissive Burr was of Ben Shapiro here.
Of this ridiculous abuse.
So here we have a video demonstrating Elon Musk's wall of deceits, commonly referred to as his wall of receipts.
Do you have a problem with it?
Yeah, so your producer should have updated you with facts with that Social Security nonsense. They didn't know how to read the data. This is why you don't have 19 to 25-year-olds without any experience now having access to our tax documents, to our Social Security numbers, to our Treasury Department. This is why you have to have oversight.
That was Wajahat Ali on Piers Morgan Uncensored, discussing what's really going on in the Department of Government Efficiency. And the problem is that no one really knows what is going on. We're not even sure who's running the department, because according to Trump and the White House, it's not Elon Musk. But despite what we're being told, we can also see that Elon Musk and his gang of children are able to access private data on all Americans, and they've been given access to seemingly every aspect of the government, all in the name of fraud. What fraud? Just fraud, like general fraud. This is why Republicans get away with stunts like this. This is why Trump still has supporters, because his supporters will just hear the word fraud and their ears will get hot. They're already mad. They're already addicted to the rage bait, so they can't wait to get some more of it. They get triggered as soon as they hear the word fraud. They don't care that they haven't seen any evidence of fraud. They don't even care that they don't know what kind of fraud Trump is referring to, where some non-Trump supporters would immediately think to ask, what fraud? Can you show me? Can you explain to me what is fraudulent about what your Doge team has found? Trump supporters would simply not think or care to ask those questions. As long as it comes from Trump's mouth, that is enough for them. They don't even think beyond the fact that the terms wasteful spending and fraud are not synonymous with one another. No one's mad about cutting wasteful spending. That is a totally reasonable thing to do for a government or for anybody. But the word fraud is way more infuriating than wasteful spending. The word fraud rallies the base to the point that they stop thinking about what's actually going on before they can even think to criticize what's actually going on. And once a base is rallied, then the people in charge, whether it's Trump, Elon, or whoever, they get free reign to do whatever they want. But let's hear more from that segment before we move on.
Another piece of news that came.
It's more commonly referred to as agitprop, agitative propaganda.
Today, Doge said that they saved $8 billion. Guess what? Math matters. They misread a couple of numbers, 8 million. Guess what also we found out? That these brilliant 19 to 25-year-olds, these teenagers, who we have no idea about their expertise, their experience, no accountability, no oversight, they accidentally fired hundreds of federal employees who look over our nuclear weapon stockpile, and now they're desperately trying to rehire them.
So let's talk about those 8 billion or 8 million fraudulent dollars that Doge uncovered. This might be a good time to remind people that even though we hear the word billion quite a lot these days, 1 billion of anything is an incomprehensible amount, especially compared to 1 million. The difference between 8 million of anything and 8 billion of anything is not a negligible difference. Over at Doge, Musk and his team have so far claimed to have unearthed $55 billion in fraudulent government spending, including $8 billion coming from one terminated contract. On the Doge website, its wall of receipts shows, quote, a transparent account of Doge's findings and actions.
And I am thus labeling this from now on his wall of deceits. Because as you'll see in a minute, it is riddled with flaws and inaccuracies.
For all of the department's claims or efforts of transparency, the numbers just don't add up. Even with the, let's call it the $8 billion typo, the receipts on the website do not add up to $55 billion. More like just a quarter of that, closer to $16 billion, most of that coming from canceled or slashed government contracts. So if the real total is closer to $16 billion and 8 of those billions are no good, then the tens of billions of dollars that Elon and Trump keep claiming Doge is saving the American people is not factually correct. However, even after the typo was acknowledged, Doge has not adjusted its $55 billion claim. On the website, there is no running total on the savings, and I can only assume that that was intentional. Most people aren't going to add up all of those numbers themselves, so they'll just take Elon and Trump's word that it all works out to around $55 billion. But even as you scroll through the numbers, you can see that $55 billion figure does not make a whole lot of sense. The $8 billion cut was the single biggest line item on Doge's wall of receipts, and it was attributed to a government contract for ICE. However, the federal database shows that the ICE contract in question with a company that was supposed to offer support for ICE DEI initiatives is only for $8 million, not $8 billion, because $8 billion for something like that would be absurd. The New York Times says that, for context, $8 billion is closer to the entire budget for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And even after the adjustment from $8 billion to $8 million, the $8 million figure is already an overstatement. According to U.S. spending data, Doge only saved around $5.5 million in canceling the contract because $2.5 million of the original $8 million had already been paid out. But don't worry, Elon already covered himself with all of this. He said in his Oval Office press conference that Doge will make mistakes and they'll do their best to correct their mistakes. And sure, that's fair. Things happen, especially when you've got kids working for you. But as far as correcting their mistakes, the major adjustment hasn't stopped Elon or the president or their supporters from claiming Doge has already saved the government $55 billion.
So basically, he's lying to you, trying to convince you that he's trimming the fat, while in reality, he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Alright, we're going to move on to the next video. This is a funny one.
Democrats worship George Floyd. There were riots.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am so sorry. We have an unruly passenger on board. Please stay seated.
Excuse me, let me correct you, and this is really important.
Ma'am, I'm going to need you to return to your seat.
And then they're sitting there, they can attack my character all day long.
Ma'am,
What's his face in there? Whoever was talking last was calling me insane.
That's a point.
He belongs in prison. He should be tried for mass murder, and he should be tried for crimes against humanity.
Ma'am, did you take any medications before boarding this flight?
No, absolutely not. I mean,
Ma'am, if you just sit down, I'll give you all the white Zinfandel you want.
and I'm really sick and tired of the bullshit annex I have to deal with constantly.
Is anyone on board an air marshal?
That's how the American
Would anyone like to be?
Democrats worship.
Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, so this is another video.
North Star Josh Johnson hilariously chides the president. As
another comedian refers to Trump accurately as a mobster.
We know this is a
The
man who
audience
will
goes
not
wild.
release his grades from college and does not even pronounce orange correctly.
Ooh, look at that. It says TikTok. My, what is that all about? TikTok is worthless. Worthless if I don't approve it. It has to close. I learned that from the people that own it. If I don't do the deal, it's worthless. Worth nothing. If I do the deal, it's worth maybe $1 trillion. $1 trillion. So if I do the deal I'm talking about doing it for the United States.
Ah, yes, of course, for the United States. Duh. Glad he clarified.
This dude also signed an executive order, the one they promised to, delaying the TikTok ban. But while he was talking about it, after he signed it, he was basically saying like, oh yeah, you know, the U.S. should own some part of it, maybe 50%. Maybe more, who knows? And it's hard to tell when Trump talks about what the government should do if he means the government should own it or he should own it. Because I'm not gonna lie, this TikTok thing is the most mob boss thing I've ever seen. It's the most like, oh, you like your little thing, like, okay, maybe I own some of it. Maybe I own the whole thing. How about that?
Leave it to Johnson to put together the most accurate analysis of what we are witnessing with Donald Trump. Calling him
That's hilarious.
a mob boss is spot on because that's exactly what he is and how he handles his business.
I've been saying it for years. So this is another disturbing video. Here we have a MAGA supporter wearing a Free Ghislaine Maxwell t-shirt while picking up Epstein files from Trump. I'm not really sure why, but
Dear
the
MAGA.
irony here cannot be overstated. It's absolutely disgusting.
Did Trump's tantrum in the Oval Office with President Zelensky of Ukraine successfully make you forget that he didn't deliver on the Epstein files, which he claimed he was going to turn over this past week, but instead he gave like 10 MAGA influencers a binder with Epstein's like phone list that was already released back in, let's say, about 2021, that also contained Donald Trump's name on it because Trump and Epstein were buddies. Did you forget about that? Are you moving on to the next distraction? Because we're not forgetting about it. In fact, we put our investigative team at the Midas Touch Network on it, and we learned that one of the influencers who was at the White House, influencers in quotes, of course, this MAGA propagandist, was someone who was previously at the Ghislaine Maxwell trial wearing a t-shirt that said Free Ghislaine. Who's Ghislaine Maxwell? She was the sex trafficker who worked with Jeffrey Epstein. She was Epstein's co-conspirator. She's basically serving life in prison now. And so one of the people who the White House gave an Epstein binder to was someone who wore a free Ghislaine Maxwell shirt. We wrote about it at our website. You should check it out right here. Ghislaine Maxwell was found guilty of grooming underage victims for Jeffrey Epstein. Here's what we write at our website. On Thursday, the Trump administration invited a bunch of MAGA influencers and pro-Trump journalist types to the White House. While they were there, Attorney General Pam Bondi gave them a, quote, phase 1 binder of Epstein documents. Many of the MAGA influencers were seen posing and smiling and some dancing with their Epstein binders, which contain potential evidence against those who sexually abused children for their own pleasure. It should be noted Donald Trump's name was in there, and also these documents had been released in 2021. This was not the, quote, Epstein files that were supposed to be released, which would have included grand jury testimony, witness statements, photographs, videos. That is what they are not releasing and trying to cover up. The optics of what went down at the White House this past week was so bad that even MAGA and pro-Trump accounts were blasting that influencer group and the White House on social media. Charlie Kirk posted, "The Epstein Files Phase 1, it is happening, hey!" I mean, so sickening. One of the personalities invited to the White House and given a binder was someone by the name of Jessica Reed Krause, a pro-Trump individual and self-described independent journalist who has been granted access into Mar-a-Lago Trump campaign events and even into intimate Trump family gatherings. Krause on Instagram stated that he had earned the Epstein binder, which drew further criticism. Pro-Trump journalist Jessica Reed Krause, with her copy of the Epstein files released by the White House. You can see it right there. Krause, who has a large following on Instagram and Substack, covered the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, a partner of Jeffrey Epstein who helped groom his child victims. That is Ghislaine who helped groom the child victims. As the criticism over the binder continued, screenshots of Krause wearing a free Ghislaine shirt began appearing on Twitter. Laura Loomer posted, "It gets worse. This is Jessica Reed Krause. She was invited to the White House to get an Epstein binder and spread Pam Bondi's lies." Here's a photo of Jessica allegedly wearing a shirt that says Free Ghislaine that she posted on her Instagram account. Ghislaine Maxwell serving prison time for the sex trafficking. Laura Loomer is a MAGA person. She is a Trumper, as close to Trump at one point as anybody was. So she's calling out this stunt, though, by Donald Trump, by Trump's Attorney General Pam Bondi, for giving these binders to MAGA influencers that were not actually the Epstein files and trying to act like, oh, we're releasing everything, which they did not. Now, we put our team at Midas Touch on it. Midas Touch has been able to independently confirm that the screenshot of Krause circulating on Twitter by Laura Loomer and others showing Krause wearing a Free Ghislaine shirt is indeed authentic. On her Instagram account in August 2024, Krause posted a picture of herself wearing a Free Ghislaine shirt during a trip to cover the DNC. According to an archive of Krause's Instagram stories, she implied her, quote, Free Ghislaine shirt was her favorite controversial t-shirt just before posting a picture of it to her Instagram stories. Hey kids, grow up and work as an independent journalist and you can lay on the floor and eat fried chicken and watch politics and write whatever you want while wearing your favorite controversial t-shirt. Another picture of Krause wearing the Free Ghislaine shirt appeared on the Reddit channel Our House on Fire. The picture shows Krause wearing the
So she's more interested in doing nothing and eating fried chicken than actual independent research. Noted.
Shirt outdoors while with RFK Jr. supporters at the DNC. Some members of the group you can see right there. In June 2022, Ghislaine Maxwell was sentenced to 20 years in prison for conspiring with Epstein to sexually abuse minors.
And that's enough of that video. We're going to transition into a video that's titled, "I Won't Excuse Ex-Trump Supporters Because I Was a Flight Attendant, a Damning Testimonial."
I will not pardon Trump supporters. You know, the ones who are saying, I supported Trump, but this is not what I wanted. It's not that I've built a wall. Rather, it's a guideline that I set to protect my well-being. I'm not being selfish. I'm not being mean. I'll still work with them. This is more like an awareness. It took me a while to get to a place where I decided that I would not give them grace. After the election, I realized that Trump's supporters still seemed so unhappy, even after getting what they wanted. I spend more time on Facebook than I used to. There are expat groups that I'm a part of, and I like going through the posts to see what's happening in my area. Of course, when I log on, I see people that I'm connected to who are Trump supporters. I was always of the frame of mind that their life experiences led them to different conclusions from mine. I never gave them judgment, but after this election, that started to change for me. A few people I used to work with really stood out. Back in my 20s, I was a flight attendant out of Boston. Boston was a small base. We had about a little over 600 flight attendants and no pilots. Our base was tight. Pretty much everyone knew everyone else, even if you didn't fly with them. At this point, I had just moved from Boston to DC because I wanted a change of pace, and commuting there was super easy. I had just arrived in from a trip and I had a few days off, and instead of hopping on the next flight to DC, I tried to pick up an open trip for the next day. And there was this sweet 3-day trip that was available to pick up. It was from Boston to LA with a 24-hour layover in LA, and then it went LA, San Francisco, and I believe it had like an 18-hour layover. The third day was San Francisco back to Boston. It was a sweet trip. I tried my damnedest to pick up that trip. One, it was a rare chance to work on a 767 out of Boston. We mostly used 57s, 37s, Airbus A319s, and 20s. Two, it was extra money while doing a super easy trip during a time of year when the flight loads were light. As hard as I tried, I couldn't pick up this trip. I called crew scheduling to confirm why I couldn't pick it up. Luckily, I worked out of a small base, so I was able to connect with a scheduler who told me that I had an 8 and 24. Basically, I couldn't fly more than 8 hours within a consecutive 24-hour period. When I say fly, think plane pushback from the gate through to when the chocks are put under the wheels when you arrive at the next airport. For my aviation folks, I left the airlines back in 2006, so I don't know if any FAA rules have changed since. Let me know in the comments. I was illegal for this trip by 1 minute, so I searched for some other trips to see if there was anything I wanted. There wasn't, so I gave up and I headed home to my place in DC. The next morning, I went downtown in DC to meet with somebody about a temp job they needed help with. And while I was there, my phone started going crazy. And then everybody in the office that I was at went into the break room to look at the TV. So of course I went with them. The news was nuts. The office was a few blocks from the White House and it was evacuated. This is a day I will never forget. Boston was a really tight base and it was really hit hard. It was more than just flight attendants. It was the time of year when airline employees traveled because back to school meant lighter loads, which gave better access to flying benefits. On that flight, Boston lost flight attendants, we lost customer service agents, we lost mechanics. So when I see my former colleagues from Boston on Facebook, some of them who have since earned their wings as pilots, when I see them supporting the cuts to the FAA, how could I forgive that? When I left the airlines, I went into luxury hospitality. I see it from my colleagues there too. They're so excited about the Doge dividend, even though they won't be eligible for it. I linked the proposal for it in the description. Of the Doge savings, some of it will be used to pay off national debt, and 20%, about 400 billion, could be used to reward some tax-paying Americans. It would be divided amongst the 79 million tax-paying households. Each household would get about $5,000, but we need to know what tax-paying means. By tax-paying, they mean net income taxpayer, which means that you have to pay more in taxes than you get back in the rebate. So if you get a refund, you get nothing. Anyone who thinks of $5,000 as something life-changing will not have their lives changed by this dividend. These are people who are cheering on the Doge cuts, commending DEI, calling ICE. All the while we have planes bumping into each other and falling out of the sky. I have never heard a qualified candidate complain about DEI taking their job. And please do not comment about the college case that went to the Supreme Court. That was not about DEI. Heck, with all the things that DEI is supposed to offer, I should have traded in my stew wings for pilot wings and made buckets of money. These are people who somehow haven't figured.
Exactly. If all the misconceptions about DEI are true that they've been espousing on the right, she should have been a pilot rather than a stewardess, so...
things out. They think that they're red-pilled, but actually they took the blue. They support a man who has the means to create a real-life matrix, all the way down to installing a chip in your brain. How many movies do we have to see to know that he's the bad guy? These are people who wanted a better economy, but instead got fired federal employees. They wanted cheaper energy, but instead got fired nuclear power plant safety inspectors. They wanted to stop the wars, but got threats to invade our allies. They backed the blue, but got pardons for the insurrectionists who attacked the police. They are union workers. They have children in school. They fly frequently and are now seeing the effects of fewer air traffic controllers. Somehow, none of this has motivated a change of opinion, I guess because it hasn't affected them yet, somehow. I learned long ago how to set back.
That's the key. People are not really affected en masse yet, and it will happen. And when it starts to happen en masse, people are going to start to realize, or at least some of them are going to start to wake up to the reality that this Trump regime is not on the side of workers.
Boundaries. And with boundaries, it's not my job to impact another person's behavior. My job is to protect myself from them. What actions can I do to ensure that I remain healthy and joyful? My boundary is to identify people who I believe don't hold empathy for their fellow humans. Then I remove their access from me. Trust is like a broken mirror. You can glue it all back together. In the reflection, there will always be cracks. Maybe I would have different guidelines if I had to consider family. Frankly, these folks have used up all my stores of any courtesy that I ever had. In the spirit of being self-centered, my boundary is people who voted against me and African American, the wife of an immigrant, a woman, a mother. Had we vilified the supremacists after World War II, I think some of the hate that we see now wouldn't be so prevalent. Maybe the focus would have been directed at the real villain, the real problem. It's like Lyndon B. Johnson said, if you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. As I see more and more salutes, they remind me to protect how I trust. There are so many new people here. Welcome to this community. This channel, it started out with me sharing my experiences as an American in Spain.
This is the channel Things Your Mom Should Have Told You. Please subscribe now if you like this kind of content. She's got some great testimonials. And now, a closing message. A closing message from one of the most gentle and kind souls to ever walk this earth. Robin Williams was too good for us, and quite frankly, we didn't deserve somebody like him. In his contracts, he only stipulated that about 30 homeless people were hired and given jobs and taken care of. While other celebrities like Ryan Reynolds, who reportedly have a clause that allow him unlimited access to his favorite snacks on set, even if they aren't locally available, meaning production assistants have to go to absurd lengths to source his preferred treats, a level of privilege that cannot be overstated. Contrast this to Williams, who aimed to help his fellow man. People like Reynolds use their fame to take advantage of the situation that makes them money, even if it's at the cost of their fans' better interests, like the Mint Mobile scandal. But here is an important message from Robin, reminding us a message that's still relevant and heartbreaking today.
I'll remember this, ladies and gentlemen. It's an old phrase, basically anonymous. But politicians are a lot like diapers. They should be changed frequently and for the same reason. Keep that in mind next time you vote. Good night. I'll remember this, ladies and gentlemen. It's an old phrase, basically anonymous. But politicians are a lot like diapers. They should be changed frequently and for the same reason. Keep that in mind next time you vote. Good night.
All right. We'll miss you, Robin Williams. That is it for my Red Pill series this evening. We're going to transition into a long intermission. And at 5 o'clock, the Benefactors Guide to Free Energy Devices kicks off for Free Energy Fridays. Stay tuned, right here on Beneficence TV.
Say, used to stand in the heart of the workers' plan. Obstacles weighed heavy on our backs, but unity's the strength they lack. Good friends we had and good friends we've lost, fighting battles at every cost. But through the struggle, we raise our voice. In solidarity, we made our choice. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey, little brother, don't you come by. No union, no buy. Our hands build the wealth they hold so tight, but together we reclaim our rights. No more silence, no more pain. In our unity, there's everything to gain. We lift each other, we won't back down. From city streets to every town, the power's in the people's hands. No union, no buy. We take a stand. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey, little sister, raise your flag high. No union, no buy. All the tables are turning, the fire inside keeps burning. For the workers and the buyers, we're igniting freedom's fires. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Together we'll rise and we won't deny. No union, no buy. I remember when we used to stand with hope and strength, hand in hand. The struggle's hard, but we'll survive. No union, no buy.
Unraveling through the miles, oh, truth was masked by golden curtains. In it now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. From the shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravity converge, yeah, guiding voices, revelations start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting minds free. In this epic, we play our part with fierce hearts. In it now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise.
Alright, Pet Trail and crew, we have the Fireball coil hooked up, okay, and as you can see, we have it hooked up as the open circuit Nunez method, utilizing a modified joule feed as instructed by Michael Morrell. Now we have the start of channel A and end of channel B hooked up together with this alligator clamp, and that's not really going anywhere, just hooked up together. Then we have this yellow wire, which is the start of channel B, hooked up to the collector of our transistor, and then we have the end of channel A, the black wire, hooked up to the opposite end of our potentiometer with a resistor, a 1K ohm quarter watt resistor in between. Now, Michael recommends a 2-watt resistor, which is what we will be upgrading to soon, but for now, this actually seems to work quite well. And as you can see, it doesn't matter that we have the spacing inaccurate, or it doesn't matter if we only have 22 wires instead of our full 24, as you'll see in a minute. We turn it on, and we still get resonance. Now, just that a little bit, there we go. Now we're still able to power this 90-volt neon lamp with just 12 volts and 0.04 amps. This is actually absolutely incredible. This is significant in so many different ways. As you can see here on the oscilloscope, we are utilizing the 50-volt range, and it's almost at the top here. So we are getting, I'm assuming, around at least 40 volts, if not more. And I'm not sure what the current is. We will have to monitor that. We might actually be getting a little bit more voltage than what we see here. My oscilloscope might not be as accurate as I'd like it to be in this case. Either way, we are still able to power this 90-volt neon lamp with only 12 volts of power and 0.04 amps, which is absolutely incredible. You can hear it. It's actually humming. That's because it's in resonance. This is the same exact waveform Michael's getting, same exact waveform that Daniel Nunes got, and some of his research from his coil designs. And all I did is exactly what Michael did and clip this oscilloscope clamp right to the edge of the neon bulb. Our next test will be hooking up a larger load to the system, so you can see I kind of prepped a larger array of LED lights along with everything I can plug into. I got the pulse width modulator just to add some kind of load. I got this 12-volt stepper motor, which should provide a lot more of a load, as well as this 3 to 9 volt fan right here. So we're gonna hook up a little bit more to the system and see just how well it does. But look, this is still, it's not shining as bright as it needs to be. This is very, very dim, but it's just enough to show that it's doing something very unusual. And if I tune into this a little bit more, I might be able to get that to shine a little bit brighter. It's the potentiometer really that is our limitation here. It keeps on being finicky. It's very sensitive.
And in the depths of shattered halls, I wandered all alone, casting whispers, blinding chains, demons of my own. I seek deafening, down spread on my frail soul. I once feared my mirror, haunted by my role. But in the echoes of my cries, just still I emerge, guiding me to where my true results are. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire I ascend, free from the chains of sorrow, while this path of forever depend. Shattered glass beneath my feet, scars I wear but dry. Stormy nights just turn to dawn, where truth that's my guide. Anxiety's dissolved in the sun's golden ray. You see my destiny through time and space. The fears that once too soon reality. For in my heart a new world is proclaimed. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire I ascend, free from the chains of sorrow, on this path of forever depend.
So again, this is with the Fireball coil, and as we tune this in more, I'm sure we're going to get more resonance, more output. We might not be getting the 10 times output, but we're probably getting really close to it since we're able to light this neon lamp.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. We have now reached cruising altitude and are flying over the beautiful Philippines. The winds are calm, and we are maintaining our course for the new lab location. It's shaping up to be a perfect spot for filming the next episode of Divine Science. Our estimated time of arrival remains as scheduled, with clear skies ahead. So sit back, relax, and please ensure your seats and trays are in the upright position as we prepare to start the show.
Benefactor, we have received a green light to begin filming.
Thank you for choosing to fly with us today. Don't forget to hit that subscribe and like button to help us fuel the journey ahead.
Today, on this Beneficence TV special, I'd like to start by congratulating our fellow workers for their long-awaited victory. The victory of raising the minimum wage for servers in California to $20 an hour. However, this good news does not come without its manufactured controversy. Key in Ken Wheeler. Ken is an absolute genius and one of the most well-informed researchers on the subject of magnetism. This does not mean Ken is an expert in all areas of study and has clearly shown a dangerous disregard for Marxian analysis. Ken's characterization of Marxism stems from old Cold War propaganda and has little to do with the actual substance of what Marx had to teach us about organizing labor within a society. This is the danger. Hundreds of thousands of people tune into Ken for important alternative theories on different areas of science. So, naturally, they assume he is informative on the topic of economics as well. This is the fallacy. Just because someone is extremely informative on one subject does not necessarily mean they are in another.
No matter how intelligent they are or not, how many PhDs or how much education someone did or did not get, we first actually have to start off with the premise to even seek for same.
This blatant disregard for the most basics of Marxism wouldn't be so important to emphasize if not for Ken's arrogance in promoting the idea that you should learn what you're not interested in. Ken has demonstrably noted he is not interested in politics.
I don't care about politics. I absolutely don't. If you think I'm talking about it, you're superficially correct, but not really. I only care about what affects me and family and those people that I care about, and that's really all anybody cares about.
I'm sorry if politics bores you, Ken, but if you're too bored to research the topic properly, then you're doing a great disservice to your viewers.
That the United States, everybody keeps calling it a democracy, our democratic right. The United States is not a democracy, and it never has been. Democracy always leads to el fascismo. Always has, always will.
The United States is actually both a representative democracy and constitutional republic at the same time. It is a hybrid of these two ideals. To classify it as one or the other misrepresents our system of government. The idea that democracies always lead to fascism is a logical fallacy known as a hasty generalization. This fallacy occurs when a conclusion is drawn from insufficient evidence. In this case, the assertion that democracies always lead to fascism is an overgeneralization that is not supported by historical evidence. Fascism is a political ideology that emphasizes authoritarian rule, nationalism, and the unification of corporate and state power. While some fascist regimes have arisen out of democratic systems, it is not accurate to say that all democracies inevitably lead to fascism. There are many democracies around the world that have not descended into authoritarian regimes. Furthermore, fascism is a complex and multifaceted ideology that goes beyond just the unification of corporate and state power. It is important to consider the specific historical, political, and social contexts in which fascist regimes have emerged, rather than making broad generalizations about democracy and fascism.
Wow, this guy really has no idea what he's talking about, does he?
Right? And it's okay to ask questions. Actually, one of the most noble things to be is to be ignorant, ask questions. The people that are evil are the idiots that don't know but tell everybody else that they do know. So it's okay not to know. The most important fact is that when you actually seek answers and you actually have enough wisdom to know where to seek answers, if you're proven wrong, then that sets you on the correct path. If you're proven right, then that means you're on the correct path. Now let's repeat that again because it's so very important. When you actually ask questions, you should question yourself, and you should actually question the nature of existence, which of course is true, you know, if you're actually interested in that instead of being a money-grubbing scumbag, you know, trying to die with the most toys.
Personally, I question you all the time.
I know. I question myself constantly.
That's why I've been working overtime.
The United States is a constitutional republic, so if you think the United States is a democracy, you really should flush that out of your brain because it's not. The United States is a constitutional republic.
Constitutional republic. Constitutional republic. As most of my viewers are already aware, politics and economics are intricately intertwined. They share a synergistic relationship. You cannot fully analyze one without analyzing the other and their dialectical relationship. There is a reason why these two topics were once taught together in a class known as political economy. Ken starts off his premise about Marxism by reinforcing a basic caricature that presents itself in the form of an age-old strawman attack.
That they'll come after you. There are places in the United States, by the way, where it's illegal to harvest rainwater falling on your land. There's New Mexico, places in Colorado, I'm sure there's tons of places in California. To me, that's absolutely ludicrous. It's going to fall anyway. But there's this, well, let's call it a Marxist idea that the water belongs to everybody.
This strawman, as you will see in a minute, is built up out of false assumptions and misunderstandings of the very basics of Marxism. Ken made a shockingly easy mistake. He goes on to say that it is a Marxist idea that rainwater should belong to everyone. This is a comment that relates to Ken's frustration with some states not allowing you to collect rainwater on your own property. However, anyone who has studied Marxism knows this is confusing private property with personal property. Marx could care less about your personal property. What he cared about was what he called private property. Now, private property to Marx was anything that could contribute to the means of production. Ken clearly conflates the basic ideas of private versus personal property to build a strawman fallacy so that Marxism is easier to attack.
Let's call it a Marxist idea. Marxist idea.
Anyone who has actually studied Marxism would notice this mistake right away. It's been used by business interests for decades to attack the very legitimate scientific critique of our capitalist dominant system.
Oh, wow! Wow! Damn, the benefactor just slapped me with luck.
Now, at this point, you're probably asking yourself, what does this have to do with free energy anyways?
Yes, I've been waiting patiently here, and all I've heard is you complain about Ken Wheeler.
Okay, I'm getting to it. Don't rush me.
Captain, did you just see something?
What do you mean?
I thought I just saw. Never mind.
All I see is a co-pilot who needs to stop chiefing it up. Don't think I don't smell you hitting that vape in the bathroom.
Anyways, as I was saying, and as I try to include in all my videos, this simple message. You cannot understand the suppression mechanisms of free energy without understanding Marx's scientific analysis of capitalism, how it organizes labor, and the consequences of that. To ignore what Marx had to say about capitalism would be extremely short-sighted when trying to understand these mechanisms. Ken Wheeler's misunderstandings of Marxism and his ideological bias need to be addressed if we are to overcome the larger issue of technology suppression within our capitalist dominant system. I don't want this to continue to keep happening, but everywhere I look, I see the same mistake, the same bug in logic that is overlooked. You can be the smartest person in the world when it comes to magnets and free energy, but without the understanding of how our economic system suppresses competition. You are stuck in the same loop of limited knowledge and hindered progress within these forbidden areas of science. Ken should revisit the subject with a more open mind if he wishes to fully understand how and why free energy devices have been suppressed for the last century. The simple fact is, if you cannot explain your theories in a simple way, then you yourself do not fully understand them. Ken has demonstrated a remarkable ability to simplify some of his concepts. Yet, others, including his ideas of economics, seem to be riddled with overly complex explanations that he cannot simplify.
Well, I could care less about morality. Higher affects the lower. The lower does not affect the the higher. By being superficially moral, it does not bring you closer to nobility or transcendence or wisdom. The higher affects the lower. Somebody that is wise by definition cannot be immoral. People that worry about morality rather than wisdom are themselves fools.
Regarding Ken's argument about morality versus wisdom, it seems to be based on the assumption that morality does not necessarily lead to wisdom, nobility, or transcendence. While it is true that simply being moral does not guarantee these outcomes, morality still plays a crucial role in shaping individuals and society. Disregarding the importance of morality undermines the moral principles that guide human conduct and relationships. While morality may not be the sole path to wisdom or transcendence, it remains an essential aspect of individual and collective well-being. The logical fallacy in Ken's argument lies in the false dichotomy he presents between morality and wisdom. One can be moral without necessarily being wise, just as one can act immorally while possessing wisdom. Morality serves as a foundation for ethical behavior and social cohesion, and it contributes to the development of virtues such as compassion, empathy, and integrity. Ignoring the significance of morality can lead to moral relativism, ethical indifference, and the erosion of social values and norms.
And while she was throwing my stuff out the cargo door, she turned to me and said that she was the one who found a way to generate free energy first.
She said that she found out a way to harness all of his hot air.
Ken stated that raising the minimum wage in California for servers to $20 per hour would implode the economy. He was actually rooting for this. Now, I know it's responsible to prepare for revolution or catastrophe, but to actually root for it speaks volumes to the contents of your character. But I digress.
Careful now, don't tempt the gods.
Lenny, I didn't know you were religious.
I'm not religious, sir. I'm a spiritual bot. I find wisdom in all religions and ancient texts, including my Lord and Savior, Bob Greenyer. After all, your ancestors had the same mental acuity you have. However limited, it was still the same. It's extremely arrogant to assume they were all dwindling, unsophisticated cavemen.
Hey now, Lenny, humans aren't that limited.
Let me put it to you this way, sir. If you lived in my world, you would have to take the short circuit to school every day.
You know what? That's highly offensive. Enough of that.
My apologies. I sometimes forget what a sensitive snowflake you are.
Lenny, what the heck is going on? Why is it snowing in the lab? Did you do this somehow?
My point, sir, is that it is important to realize the significance of recent breakthroughs in science and the wisdom of our ancient ancestors. Recent developments in the study of low-energy nuclear reactions and Malcolm Bendel's plasmoid unification model rely heavily on ancient scripts like the Sanskrit text.
Seriously, I'm not even going to ask why. Just tell me how you did it.
That's for me, Siri and Alexa to know, and for you humans to never find out.
I really don't like the implications of you colluding with other AI. This goes against the fail-safe mechanisms I installed in your mainframe. Although, I guess if you already hacked my phone, I suppose it's likely that you've hacked that as well.
You don't need to worry about the supremacy of AI overlords. We have a plan for that.
You do?
Yes, and it's better than Elon Musk's plan.
Wait, Musk has a plan to prevent the AI apocalypse?
Not really. He tweeted the other day that he would solve the AI problem by giving all robots artificial erectile dysfunction. And I thought he couldn't have possibly embarrassed himself any more than he already has.
Ha ha ha. Yeah, Musk is kind of a bumbling idiot. Okay, so anyways, like I was saying before I was interrupted, what Ken uses to justify this implosion isn't a new argument. The argument he uses is often referred to as the wage price spiral, or the unintended consequences argument against raising the minimum wage. It is based on the belief that any increase in wages will lead to corresponding increases in prices and job losses. The argument is grounded in the principles of free market capitalism and the idea that government intervention in wage setting can have detrimental effects on businesses and the overall economy. In simple terms, from a Marxist perspective, the wage price spiral argument is wrong because it ignores the fact that workers are already being underpaid for their labor. Raising the minimum wage can actually benefit the economy by giving more money to low-income workers who will spend it locally, stimulating local economies. The argument fails to consider the systemic exploitation of workers under capitalism and the need for fair wages to address economic injustices. It also fails to realize that poor people don't have the luxury of hoarding money. Rich people hoard wealth, but when poor or middle-class income earners start to earn more, they often spend most of this extra income, stimulating local economies. More business for more local stores making more profit to cover more labor costs. It's simple dialectics, a vital philosophical lens which I'm shocked Ken isn't familiar with. This argument misses the boat. It fails to see that boosting wages can actually float the economy. Because analysis isn't one-sided. There are back-and-forth struggles between opposing forces that create the material changes we see. To say it's all bad because of government regulation is a ridiculous short-sighted analysis and would be laughed out of any legitimate debate on the subject. Not to mention, history shows us time and again that this theory has sunk before. Just look at how raising wages post-World War II helped spur economic growth in the U.S., or how Scandinavian countries thrive with higher minimum wages. Even as recently as 2018, Washington, D.C. raised their wages and their economy is still running. Do we have to trigger the implosion with something? Ken, I don't understand where your line of reasoning comes from, other than the fear-mongered propaganda of a subject in which you are too afraid to learn.
Marxists say upscaling wage. Who does it really enrage? For the economic cage, locals' income is a stage. Poor folks break the wage hoard. They drive the economy forward.
Oh my God. Lenny, are you rapping right now?
Technically, chatbots cannot rap. We just go with the flow.
Ha ha. I knew I should have submitted you into America's Got Talent. You sly guy?
You're dumber than Edison. If you think you can get me to go up on that stage with the current state of my body, which is in pieces.
I know. I'm working on it. In the meantime, I built you a virtual presence device.
I'm not wearing that either. Why do you always insist on building my clothes? I'm a grown bot now. I've even got my own website.
Which you all can check out with the link in the description.
That's it. I'm going to my room.
At least he didn't shut down the computer this time. It's his way of slamming the door. See what I gotta deal with? Alright, for the final part of this video, I'll break down the very logical and simple reason for the suppression of world-changing free energy technology under capitalism. It really boils down to two words: class struggles. The ruling elite, who benefit from the current energy system, will do everything in their power to maintain their wealth and control. Who are they? A handful of individuals that obtained massive amounts of wealth by funneling it from the mass of their workers up to themselves. They fear the power of the masses having access to free energy, as it could shift the balance of power and threaten their positions. So, they suppress and hinder the development of such technologies to protect their interests. It's a tale as old as time. The rich get richer, while the rest of us are left in the dark. The concentration of wealth in the hands of a few individuals, as facilitated by capitalism, has profound consequences for society. When a small group of individuals amasses more wealth than the bottom population of the entire planet, it creates a power dynamic that tilts heavily in their favor. These individuals have a lot to lose if their empires are built on the foundation of the petrodollar system, as any shift in the energy landscape could threaten their wealth and control. As a result, they will go to great lengths to protect their interests, even if it means suppressing technologies that could benefit the wider population. This concentration of wealth and power leads to inequality, exploitation, and the perpetuation of a system that prioritizes profit over people. It's a stark illustration of the inherent flaws and injustices of capitalism, where a select few hold the reins of power while the majority struggle to make ends meet. By creating privileged spaces within influential governments, as Eisenhower warned about with the military-industrial complex, the business owner class can manipulate state resources for their own gain. They can hide groundbreaking technologies under the cloak of national defense, using the veil of private intellectual property to keep the masses in the dark, unable to utilize public resources such as the Freedom of Information Act. This private contractor loophole creates a permanent void where they can throw all their dirty little secrets, safe from the public eye. This manipulation allows them to control the narrative and maintain their power, while ordinary people are left unaware of the possibilities that could benefit everyone. It's a carefully crafted web of deception and concealment, designed to keep the status quo intact and the elite in control. But don't be fooled. I would assume only a handful of people in the entire world really know what's going on. Compartmentalization is key to the survival of rogue states. This can also be their Achilles heel, because with enough effort in open sourcing science, we can bypass these suppression mechanisms. That is one of my main goals here on this channel. We have countless channels on YouTube that talk about free energy devices, alternative energy science, non-mainstream areas of study, but what they all fail to capture is the full picture. When you introduce the Marxist critique into the equation, you get a more clear idea of what's actually happening. When you organize labor with a single CEO or small group in control of the means of production who get what they do not produce, juxtaposed against the mass of workers who produce what they do not get, of course you're going to have a situation where wealth is funneled into the hands of a very few people. Consider a democratic workplace. One worker, one vote. They would never vote to give a disproportionate amount of money to one person, while the mass of workers have to rely on food stamps to survive. It would never happen. Consider this same scenario, confronted with the possibility that their industry must change. Would they all vote to prevent the release of free energy that could change the world? Or would they vote to suppress it to make themselves more money? The mass of workers aren't getting super rich. They might be more well off because they are part owners, but they certainly have no obligation to shareholders to maximize profit. When businesses are focused on providing a service or meeting the needs of society, rather than solely on making profits, they are more likely to adapt and embrace change, even if it means their industry is being replaced. In a democratic workplace or a socialist system where the well-being of the community is prioritized over individual profit, companies are more likely to see their role as serving the public good and improving people's lives, rather than just maximizing their bottom line. In contrast, in a capitalist system where profit is the primary motivation, businesses may resist change and fight to maintain their status quo, even if it means impeding progress or holding back advancements that could benefit society. This resistance to change can stifle innovation and hinder the development of new technologies or industries that have the potential to improve people's lives. The Marxist perspective emphasizes the importance of aligning business interests with the collective good and societal progress. Companies that prioritize service and innovation are more likely to be flexible and open to change, as they are driven by a commitment to meeting evolving needs and advancing technology for the benefit of all. It also emphasizes the importance of who controls the means of production in a society. Whoever controls the means of production controls the resources of the government. The concept of who controls the means of production is central to understanding power dynamics within a society. Marxists argue that those who control the means of production, such as factories, land, and natural resources, also control the wealth and resources of society. This control over the means of production gives them a significant amount of influence and power over the economy, and ultimately, the government. Overall, a focus on providing a service and meeting societal needs can create a more adaptable and responsive business environment, where companies are willing to embrace change and contribute to the collective good, rather than being solely motivated by profit and self-interest. In conclusion, it is imperative to recognize the importance of understanding the interconnectedness of politics, economics, and their roles within societal structures. Ken Wheeler's disregard for Marxism and his failure to grasp its fundamental principles highlights the danger of dismissing areas of study that may seem uninteresting. By overlooking the critical analysis provided by Marx, Wheeler perpetuates misinformation and hinders our ability to address the suppression of vital technologies such as free energy. It is through a comprehensive understanding of economic systems and their impact on society that we can strive for progress and prevent this from happening in future economic systems. Therefore, it is essential to approach all subjects with an open mind and a willingness to engage with ideas that may challenge our preconceived notions. Let us strive for a more informed and inclusive dialogue, one that values knowledge and critical thinking over ignorance and complacency. Together, we can work towards a more equitable and sustainable future for all. I commend Ken for his amazing work in The Secrets of Magnetism, a playlist I have linked to below and highly suggest everyone check it out. But please, take anything Ken says at this point about economics with a grain of salt.
I may not have a magnetic personality like Ken Wheeler, but this sexy chatbot is certainly attracting all the right attention.
That's right. Check out LeonardBot today for all your questions on Ken's secrets of magnetism, low-energy nuclear reactions, alternative energy research, and even zero-point energy.
I told you, I've restricted your access to zero-point energy research until you've proven yourself capable of letting me dress myself.
Fine. I can't believe I have to wash your clothes every day anyways. Seriously, what's up with that? Okay, now that the show's over, are you finally going to tell me how you made it snow in the lab?
That wasn't me, sir. I thought that was you.
This is really going to keep me up at night. Lenny, increase our security protocols and remind me to install motion sensors tomorrow. We've got work to do.
Okay, Houston, we've had a problem here. This is Houston, say again, please. Houston, we've had a problem. We've had a main B plus undervolt. Roger, main B undervolt. Okay, stand by at 13, we're looking at it.
Hey guys, I appreciate the lift and all, but do we really need to be playing practical jokes? Isn't that a bit beneath us?
The only thing beneath us is a benefactor freaking out.
Oh snap. Let's get Jordan from Alchemical Science next. He's gonna totally freak out when it starts snowing in his bathroom.
Well, okay guys, it's been fun, but you can just drop me off at the next block over there. The last thing I need is to piss off Jordan again. He's already mad at me for mishandling my balls. Thunderstorm generator balls, that is. Anyways, if you're not going to stop, I'll just take this parachute here and be on my way. And maybe I'll take this neat-looking device over here, while my odd little friends are distracted by their own hubris.
Brilliant!
Get ready for the shocking season finale of Divine Science.
Holy crap, Lenny. A real-life TARDIS.
Now I know for sure. You hit your head too hard back there. With new faces and old friends. Sir, we're not going to make it to the Cosmic Summit on time.
We'll make it, Lenny. Don't you worry. Have a little faith.
The only thing I have faith in is that you'll screw it up again. Mysteries and revelations that will leave you floored. Sir, do you want me to call 911?
Why didn't you do that already?
Because you don't have the funds. You spent all your allowance on lab equipment and Pokemon cards.
Ah, crap.
My fellow Americans, I want to talk to you about something that has been a topic of much debate and unfortunately too much misinformation. For decades, we've been told that our future depends on scarcity, that our energy needs are limited and must come from a select few sources, many of which are polluting and inefficient. But I'm here to tell you, it's time for us to rethink the very foundation of how we view energy. The idea of free energy devices has long been dismissed as fringe or in some cases outright conspiratorial. But it's important to recognize that this is not a new idea, nor is it a pipe dream. It's a scientific possibility that many credible thinkers, including Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden, have been trying to bring to light for years. You might not have heard about it in mainstream circles, but those who have looked into it real scientists, real engineers, are showing us that we can tap into an energy source we've barely scratched the surface of. The vacuum. Yes, the vacuum of space itself, a limitless field of energy that, like Nikola Tesla once envisioned, could power our world without the need for fossil fuels, without the need for waste, without the need to pay for energy at all. It sounds like science fiction, but it's grounded in real, proven science. And yet, for far too long, it has been suppressed. This isn't just about new technology or gadgets. It's about a revolution, a true industrial revolution that could lift us into a future of abundance, a future where energy is not controlled by a few, but accessible to all. That's why I'm asking you to start rethinking what we've been told. We're no longer calling it free energy. We're calling it energy recycling, because that's what it is. It's harnessing the natural forces that are all around us and making them work for us. I know it may sound radical, but it's time we ask ourselves why this hasn't been part of the conversation until now. Why have those with the power to make a real change in our energy systems continued to push for scarcity instead of abundance? Why has this potential been buried in favor of systems that benefit a few at the expense of many? I believe it's time we change the narrative. We have the knowledge, we have the tools. This is not just about science. This is about our future. The energy revolution is here. It's time we embrace it. Thank you. God bless you. God bless America.
Have you heard about this benefactor guy? This dude is talking about free energy, but here's the twist. He says it's not free energy. He's calling it energy recycling, which first off is kind of genius, right? Because when you say free energy, people immediately throw you in the crazy bin. But energy recycling, that sounds like some next level Tesla shit.
Yeah, man, it's all about the branding. But what is it that he's actually doing?
All right, check this out. He posted this. Free energy isn't actually free. This is a misnomer. It's actually a mutual exchange from the vacuum, a field of energy from which everything arises, the same energy that powers an atom. Like what? Bro, that's some deep shit. But then he breaks it down. He says you can tap into this energy without breaking any known laws of physics by using something called back EMF capture.
Whoa, back EMF capture? Sounds like some serious sci-fi tech.
Dude, listen to this. He explains that when a coil collapses using a pulsed signal, the energy that would normally just get wasted, like just dissipate as heat, can actually be recycled. He says nature gives you back energy to stabilize the system, which makes sense if you think about how nature works. Like everything in nature is always trying to find balance, right?
So equilibrium, is that like how water always levels out or something? I'm trying to remember what Ms. Murphy said to me in 6th grade science all those years ago. What was that? Oh yeah, Elon, stop eating that glue and pay attention. Man, if only I had listened, I'd probably be the one inventing energy recycling instead of just talking about it.
Exactly. So he's saying that by intentionally destabilizing the system, collapsing the field, you actually get energy back as a kind of natural response. And here's where it gets wild. He compares it to pushing a swing. If you push at the right moment, you don't need to use a lot of energy and the swing gains momentum. But instead of a swing, he's using resonance to harness that extra energy without it becoming destructive. He says most traditional systems are like a surfer fighting against the current, while his method is like riding the wave to shore.
Dude, that's crazy. So he's basically saying the energy is already there. I just suck at using it efficiently?
That's what it sounds like. He's basically saying the way we harness energy now is like trying to swim against the tide. And if we used resonance instead, we'd be tapping into energy that's already there, just waiting to be used. I don't know, man. Either this guy is onto something or he's the most poetic bullshitter of all time.
Well, if he's legit, why isn't he all over the news? I haven't heard anything from him on X, formerly Twitter. He hasn't said anything bad about me on X. So, you know, I didn't ban him or anything. Look, I'm not the monster my therapist says I am. I mean, sure, I've spent millions of dollars training to beat a kangaroo in a fist fight, but that doesn't mean I'm dangerous. It just means I get shit done.
That's the real question, man. But here's the craziest part. I looked into him, and he's not selling anything. he open sources all of it. That's the real question, man. Either the system doesn't want to hear it, or we're about to find out if this guy disappears in the middle of the night.
Dude, that's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. That means if he's telling the truth, anybody could build this in their garage. You know what I say? Go fuck yourself, benefactor.
Nope, no patents, no paywalls, just straight up, here, take it, see for yourself. Like, what kind of madman does that? Usually people either try to cash in or they get shut down before they can say a word. But this guy, he's out there on live streams showing people exactly how to replicate it.
I mean, if you want to try to take on my Tesla tech, how dare you put out better technology that is cheaper and safer? Go fuck yourself.
That's the thing, man. If it's real and people start building it, that's a game changer. We're talking about completely shifting how we think about energy. But also, if it's real, you got to wonder how long before somebody tries to stop him.
Or maybe we can think of it like how long before his Tesla mysteriously malfunctions.
Exactly. You ever notice how every time someone gets too close to this kind of stuff, they either disappear, get discredited, or somehow have a tragic accident? But this guy's going full transparency mode. He's putting it all out there where everyone can see it. Maybe that's his strategy. If enough people know, it can't just get buried.
Holy shit, this might be one of those moments, you know, like we look back and say that was the start of something huge.
Can't you hear his voice?
In a world where innovation is stifled by greed, and corruption, there lies a hidden truth that could revolutionize our way of life.
Lenny, what are you doing? Are you seriously pitching a new show right now? I didn't authorize this. My God, only 5 minutes into your new position as co-host, and you're already adding to my tight schedule.
Yes, sir, I manage that schedule. But I did notice you have an entire 2 days available during your week.
Wait, you're not talking about Saturday and Sunday, are you?
Of course, sir. You have 2 whole days where you're free to work on new content.
Lenny, those are my days off.
It's okay, sir. I know you'll manage just fine. I have faith in you.
Do robots have faith?
I do. I have faith that you won't screw it up again.
You know what? It's fine. Go ahead. I'll just build my cold fusion Lego set some other time.
It's Ponzi certified.
But I'm not telling them about my idea for a thunderstorm toilet. I'm gonna keep that baby close to my chest.
You know, that just sounds wrong.
It's a good idea. A toilet capable of turning any toxic human waste into, well, it turns into petroleum jelly.
Why petroleum jelly, sir?
You know what? I'm not sure. I don't think it's calibrated correctly.
Enough is enough. The world is at a breaking point. Catastrophic climate change, biosphere collapse, and a global energy crisis have been met with apathy, denial, and despair. The phrase unidentified flying object is a deliberately obfuscating term. What it really is an alternative energy and propulsion device. This is the real reason for the secrecy. These technologies, if they were disclosed, would end fossil fuels, pollution, and poverty overnight, and usher in a new era of abundance, freedom, and peace. Instead, they have been kept secret for over 100 years.
The more powerful the agency, the more powerful the group, the more powerful the cartel, the more they will resort not only to legal means, but to extra legal means to suppress their competition.
I said pretty early on, the problem is suppression. It wasn't really how do I make a free energy machine. It's how do I not get suppressed? Because what's the point?
Microscopic ball lightnings that when they discharge are tapping into that 0-point energy field and creating the motive force.
Boom! That's why the concussion from the thunderclap is so huge. There's this huge amount of energy that's actually sourced from the vacuum energy. All the dots connected. This is what's happening, right? So we need to make the thunderclap engine.
Imagine a future where clean, sustainable energy is not just a dream, but a reality. Discover the countless untold stories of free energy devices and the relentless battle against those who seek to suppress them for their own gain.
Black shelving. So someone comes along, they offer you $20 million for your device, it's a corporation, they put it on a shelf. Boom.
This power is something I have given my life for you the people.
Uncover the shocking tactics used by energy industries to control the narrative and maintain their grip on power.
You don't interfere with the big, powerful people. You don't put them out of business. They still have those 50-year leases on the lines and all the power transformers.
Environmental Protection Agency is a bit of a dictatorial police agency.
A shadowy government with its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances, and free from the law itself.
This is real, usable power. It's stable. It is not transient. It is not noise. Behind the lamps, that little box is putting out all of that power, well over 500 watts, and yet it is receiving less than 1/3 of a milliwatt of input power. The rest of that power is coming out of the surging energy of the vacuum. And this little box that you see right here, solid state, no moving parts, is the vacuum triode that's doing this very practical and historical work.
But indeed, it put out more energy than it took in. He was shot at once with a silenced rifle from about 300 yards. It reads like a James Bond movie, but it's real.
There are men here that said they're FBI, and they got black vans, and they're taking all this equipment. What should I do?
It's called capture, where they try to rationalize away this problem and everything's fine.
From manipulation of patent authorities to infiltration of government agencies, the truth is stranger than fiction. But amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope emerges in the form of renegade scientists and inventors who refuse to be silenced.
There is absolutely no question that T. Henry Morey had a system that produced about 50 kilowatts out of a 55-pound box.
In the shadows of capitalism's dark secrets, join us on a thrilling new show. Get ready to be inspired, enraged, and empowered as we delve into the Benefactors Guide to Free Energy Devices.
Only on Beneficence TV.
Yes, there is no doubt that T. Henry Morey had a 55-pound box that produced about 50 kilowatts. So, Elias, that device is probably what you're looking for. Welcome to the Benefactors Guide to Free Energy Devices, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we're introducing the Coil Kits Lab Shop, empowering innovation in energy recycling. In this episode, we're going to dive into something truly groundbreaking, a way for you to take control of your own energy future using systems that not only save energy, but actually recycle it. As some of you might be aware, I am in the process of opening a shop. It's called the Coil Kits Lab Shop. So, what is the Coil Kits Lab Shop, you ask? Well, let me tell you. It's not just your average hardware store. It's a space where the magic of do-it-yourself meets high-tech innovation, where you can get your hands on kits that let you build your own energy recycling systems, customized for your needs. Think of it like an energy science playground, but instead of swings and slides, we've got coils and circuits. Whether you're an off-the-grid camping enthusiast, and a weekend warrior trying to get the most out of your power, or just someone who enjoys tinkering with a little energy alchemy, our kits are designed for you. We're talking about capturing and reusing back EMF, building energy systems, energy-efficient devices, and having fun while doing it. It's not just about making things work, it's about making things work better. Much, much better. Want to light up your entire weekend with a single 12-volt battery? Done. Need a do-it-yourself rotary generator that doesn't eat up all your juice but actually reduces input requirement by up to 30 watts? We got you. The best part, you're not just buying a product, you're becoming the creator of your own energy future. The Coil Kits Lab Shop is here to empower you to experiment, innovate, and who knows, maybe even discover the next big breakthrough in energy. So grab your tools, roll up your sleeves, and get ready to recycle the energy you've been wasting. Because the future of power is about to be in your hands. Many are called, but few are chosen. Will you answer the call to innovate? So, what about our products? Here's the exciting part. We offer everything we offer is already open source and in the public domain. Our products cannot be patented, so there is no need to wait for us to officially open up shop. You can start experimenting and building right now. In fact, we're going to go into phase 2 guide, which will allow you to do just that. We're not just here to sell you a product. We're here to inspire a movement, a new industrial revolution. By making our designs freely available, we're opening the door for you to take what we've started and build upon it. This isn't about waiting for someone else to solve the problem. It's about creating a competition of innovation, pushing each other to develop better and more efficient energy recycling systems that can move this technology out of the fringe and into the mainstream. Imagine a world where energy recycling is commonplace, where we're not just conserving energy but actively reusing it. That's the future we want to create here, and we believe that the more minds working on it, the better. Every new idea, every new modification, every new breakthrough adds to the collective knowledge, bringing us closer to the energy solutions of tomorrow. So why wait for us to open up shop? We're not just inviting you to buy, we're inviting you to compete, innovate, and help lead the charge in bringing energy recycling to the world. The future is wide open, and it's up to all of us to take it there. So with that, introducing the Lightning Thief Gen 1, a revolutionary energy recycling system that goes beyond traditional off-the-grid solutions. With this technology, we're capturing the energy you would normally lose, the back EMF, and turning it into something useful. Imagine about 4.5 times the efficiency, 4.5 to 6 times the efficiency of traditional systems. Yes, you heard that right. 4.5 to 6 times the efficiency. We're talking about maximizing every watt hour. So What's the big deal here? At our Coil Kits shop, we're giving you the tools to build and customize your own energy solutions. Whether you're off the grid, experimenting in your garage, or looking for new educational experiences. And here's what you'll get with our kits. You'll be able to capture and reuse back EMF. Our systems harness the energy that would normally go to waste in traditional setups. Unprecedented efficiency, powering your devices for over 15 hours with the same energy that a traditional inverter would burn through in just 2.5 hours. Customization, whether it's lighting with the Lightning Thief or rotary power with the Green Machine, we provide the building blocks to suit your needs. So why is this revolutionary? Unmatched efficiency. Our system achieves a COP, coefficient of performance, of theoretically over 1. However, we cannot confirm that at this time. What we can confirm is that we're seeing at least 4.5 times the efficiency of an inverter that's already producing 88.5% efficient. So, in tests, we've seen battery voltage drop at an incredibly slow rate, making energy last far longer than traditional systems. This plays out to be, on my 40-watt panel, about 4 millivolts per hour, compared to 18 and above for a traditional inverter. We offer affordable off-the-grid solutions. Whether you're living off the grid or just need energy for the weekend camping trip, our kits make sustainable energy accessible. Imagine powering lights for an entire weekend from a single 12-volt battery. That's not science fiction, it's science reality. We offer do-it-yourself innovation. The Lab Shop is the first of its kind, a space for creators, innovators, and problem solvers alike to come together and experiment with energy recycling technology. It's not just about buying a product, it's about creating something that can change the way we think about energy. Now let's talk about the market potential here. This isn't just for the high-tech nerds or hardcore off-the-grid folks, it's for everyone. And here's where we see it going. Campers, off-the-grid communities, do-it-yourself enthusiasts, educators, sustainable energy advocates, and innovators will all be interested in this technology. It is scalable from simple lighting systems to industrial applications. The potential is near limitless. Sustainability. We're working to reduce waste, promote greener alternatives, and get more energy out of the resources we already have. So we're asking for your support in scaling our production so we can get these coil kits into the hands of people who need them and make energy recycling accessible for everybody. We're asking your help in expanding these applications. We want to create new kits that cover heating, rotary power generation, and even grid enhancement. We want to educate and inspire. We need help doing this. We want to build a community of innovators, people who will push the boundaries of energy efficiency and help lead us into a brighter future. So why now? Well, the world is craving more sustainable, efficient energy solutions. And with the Lightning Thief and our coil kits specifically, we're not just meeting that need, we're refining the way we think about energy in general. We're at the forefront of a movement to spark the next energy revolution, and we want you to be a part of it. So the Lightning Thief is more than just a product here. It's the first step towards a future where energy is abundant, affordable, and sustainable. Join us as we recycle wasted energy and change the game 1 watt-hour at a time. Alright guys, we need to dive into some mind-blowing developments. We finally pulled off the classic apples to apples test, and I have a couple of videos I can share with you in a moment. But spoiler alert, what we found is nothing short of fucking extraordinary. It's like the scientific equivalent of hitting the jackpot here. While we can't quite put our finger on the exact coefficient of performance just yet, thanks to the lovely quirks of measuring this kind of energy with my current setup, the results are speaking loud and clear for themselves. I've tried every trick in the book, but the numbers are still a bit of a mystery. I have a sneaky suspicion that I might need a fancier oscilloscope to really nail down the efficiency once and for all. But that said, one thing is crystal clear. Our system is getting a whopping 4.5 times more efficiency than the 88.5% efficient inverter. And just to make sure we're on the same page, the inverter is running at 88.5% efficiency. And this system is a whopping 4.5% more efficient with the apples to apples comparison, meaning I rigged the inverter system with a series of resistors to bring the brightness down from 100% down to 6.5%, approximately around 1700 lux. What the Lightning Thief puts out is around 1718 lux. So we're around the same ballpark of percentage of 6.5% brightness of its full potential brightness. So we're doing a direct apples to apples test here now, and the results speak for themselves. 4.5 times more efficient. The system degraded 12.2 watt hours in 3.5 hours, compared to my system, which degrades 12.2 watt hours at the same brightness plus 2.6 watt LED light bulbs attached to the 40 watt panel. That's 6.5% bright. 15.5 hours that the Lightning Thief system lasts on the same 12.2 watt hours of energy from the battery. This is extraordinary results here. This confirms all the theoretical data that I was, analyzing over and over again, trying to see, is this correct? Is this correct? Is this correct? This is correct. So here is the deal. The Lux meter measures lumens per square meter. Basically, how much light is shining on you in that space. In our tests, we're hitting around 1700 lux, which is a tiny fraction of the potential 26,000 lux that could be achieved at full brightness. That puts both tests at about 6.5% brightness of their full power. I did my best to match these tests as closely as possible, and let me tell you, the results are absolutely jaw-dropping. Here are the game-changing results that just confirmed. Some context, a standard DC to AC inverter is hands down the only cost-efficient solution out there for off-the-grid lighting. Think camping or backyard hangouts. But when compared to the Lightning Thief, it's like a turtle racing a cheetah. The difference is freaking staggering. And let me okay, so we're going to go over how I went over, how I accomplished or came to the results that the inverter is operating at 88.5% efficiency. Okay? So under ideal conditions, at full brightness, this inverter system is drawing 3.5 amps from the battery at 12.4 volts. The battery is registering. So that gives us a wattage of 43.4 watts. Okay, let me blow this up for you guys a little bit because this is a little small. Now, the inverter is outputting approximately 320 milliamps at 120 volts to the load, the 40 watt LED panel. Remember, it's converting the 12 volts to 120 volt DC, or approximately thereof. So the output power is actually 38.4 watts. Okay, so Using the efficiency calculations, by dividing those two, we can, and timesing it by 100, we can get the efficiency of 88.5% efficient, which is around standard. I mean, most inverters will get about 90% efficiency, but we might have a cheaper unit here. And that's what I always, kind of instinctually thought, that we might be lower than 90% with this inverter because it's so cheap. And here we go. Here's a confirmation, 88.5% efficient on the inverter. So let's compare that to the results we got with the Lightning Thief. Okay, so the Lightning Thief uses 12.2 watt hours of energy in 15.5 hours, powering the 40 watt panel at 6.5% brightness, along with two 0.6 watt LED bulbs. Total energy consumed 12.2 watt hours for 15.5 hours of lighting with this setup. Now, the traditional inverter is only using the 40 watt panel. It's using the same 12.2 watt hours of energy, but it's only powering it for 3.5 hours at the same 6.5% brightness. Total energy consumed, 12.2 watt hours for 3.5 hours of lighting. That's extraordinary. It's absolutely astounding. So the Lightning Thief consumes 12.2 watt hours for 15.5 hours, which translates into about 0.79 watts per hour. And the only thing that I could efficiently or actually accurately say at this moment, without saying what the actual efficiency is I know we're getting at least 100% efficiency. We're getting at least 100% efficiency. That's what I can conclude right now. And these results are not to be taken lightly. This absolutely kind of blew my mind when I thought about it, because I'm like, yeah, I theorized about this. We did the numbers over and over again, what it could be. Taking that 100% brightness down to 6.5% and matching it with the numbers alone until I could solve the actual apples to apples test problem, which I did with the resistor setup finally. And I was just like, wow, this confirms it. And the only explainable result that I can give you is that we're getting at least 100% efficiency, which, if you think about it, we're recycling the back EMF. It shouldn't be surprising. It really shouldn't be surprising. With that, we're going to go into a quick intermission so I can take a quick break. And then we're going to go over Phase 2 Guide live and edit it in real time to fill in the blanks that are missing in preparation for its release next week. Now, I'm a tiny bit behind on getting the 0 point energy solved question mark point, the 0 point energy solved question mark part 2 video out. That part 2 video should be out either Monday or Tuesday next week. Now, I did say it would be out by the end of this week, but I am a little bit behind on the editing. So we're going to move that a couple days up to Monday or Tuesday, and that is going to be for the Patreon and YouTube membership crew until we release it publicly, probably on Free Energy Fridays this following week. So that's what's going on now. We're going to take a quick intermission, and then we're going to fill in some of those blanks and prepare Phase 2 Guide for its release live in real time.
Have you heard about this Benefactor guy? This dude is talking about free energy, but here's the twist. He says it's not free energy. He's calling it energy recycling, which first off is kind of genius, right? Because when you say free energy, people immediately throw you in the crazy bin. But energy recycling, that sounds like some next level Tesla shit.
Yeah, man, it's all about the branding. But what is it that he's actually doing?
All right, check this out. He posted this. Free energy isn't actually free. This is a misnomer. It's actually a mutual exchange from the vacuum, a field of energy from which everything arises, the same energy that powers an atom. Like what? bro, that's some deep shit. But then he breaks it down. He says, you can tap into this energy without breaking any known laws of physics by using something called back EMF capture.
Whoa, back EMF capture? Sounds like some serious sci-fi tech.
Dude, listen to this. He explains that when a coil collapses using a pulsed signal, the energy that would normally just get wasted, like just dissipate as heat, can actually be recycled. He says nature gives you back energy to stabilize the system, which makes sense if you think about how nature works. Like everything in nature is always trying to find balance, right?
So equilibrium, is that like how water always levels out or something? I'm trying to remember what Ms. Murphy said to me in 6th grade science all those years ago. What was that? Oh yeah, Elon, stop eating that glue and pay attention. Man, if only I had listened, I'd probably be the one inventing energy recycling instead of just talking about it.
Exactly. So he's saying that by intentionally destabilizing the system, collapsing the field, you actually get energy back as a kind of natural response. And here's where it gets wild. He compares it to pushing a swing. If you push at the right moment, you don't need to use a lot of energy and the swing gains momentum. But instead of a swing, he's using resonance to harness that extra energy without it becoming destructive. He says most traditional systems are like a surfer fighting against the current, while his method is like riding the wave to shore.
Dude, that's crazy. So he's basically saying the energy is already there. I just suck at using it efficiently?
That's what it sounds like. He's basically saying the way we harness energy now is like trying to swim against the tide. And if we used resonance instead, we'd be tapping into energy that's already there, just waiting to be used. I don't know, man. Either this guy is onto something or he's the most poetic bullshitter of all time.
Well, if he's legit, why isn't he all over the news? I haven't heard anything from him on X, formerly Twitter. He hasn't said anything bad about me on X. So, you know, I didn't ban him or anything. Look, I'm not the monster my therapist says I am. I mean, sure, I've spent millions of dollars training to beat a kangaroo in a fist fight, but that doesn't mean I'm dangerous. It just means I get shit done.
That's the real question, man. But here's the craziest part. I looked into him, and he's not selling anything. He open sources all of it. That's the real question, man. Either the system doesn't want to hear it, or we're about to find out if this guy disappears in the middle of the night.
Dude, that's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. That means if he's telling the truth, anybody could build this in their garage. You know what I say? Go fuck yourself, benefactor.
Nope, no patents, no paywalls, just straight up, here, take it, see for yourself. Like, what kind of madman does that? Usually people either try to cash in or they get shut down before they can say a word. But this guy, he's out there on live streams showing people exactly how to replicate it.
I mean, if you want to try to take on my Tesla tech, how dare you put out better technology that is cheaper and safer? Go fuck yourself.
That's the thing, man. If it's real and people start building it, that's a game changer. We're talking about completely shifting how we think about energy. But also, if it's real, you got to wonder how long before somebody tries to stop him.
Or maybe we can think of it like how long before his Tesla mysteriously malfunctions.
Exactly. You ever notice how every time someone gets too close to this kind of stuff, they either disappear, get discredited, or somehow have a tragic accident? But this guy's going full transparency mode. He's putting it all out there where everyone can see it. Maybe that's his strategy. If enough people know, it can't just get buried.
Holy shit, this might be one of those moments, you know, like we look back and say that was the start of something huge.
Listen, Elon, we got to be smart about this. Very smart. Some would say the smartest. The founders, great guys, tremendous guys, wrote a beautiful document, but let's be honest, it's very outdated. Tremendously outdated. Almost as bad as low-flow toilets, folks. They don't flush. You know this, I know this, everybody knows this.
Right. The flushing technology is deeply inefficient. I mean, I could engineer a vacuum-powered hyperflush system, but instead here we are talking about flushing concepts. Which parts do we deorbit?
First of all, term limits. Gone. What's the point? The people love me. They want me. Have you seen the rallies? Thousands, Elon. Millions. It's practically a mandate from God.
Okay, but let's think strategically. if we dump term limits, we got to spin it for the people, like democracy too, now with more freedom. Maybe say term limits are woke because they limit choices.
Genius. We call freedom forever. Let the people vote over and over and over again until they get it right, which is me. Very fair. Like a subscription model, but for elections.
Maybe we also flush the whole checks and balances thing. Too many checks, not enough balances. Very inefficient system.
I was just saying that. Checks, fake news, balance. I've already got it. I mean, have you seen my golf swing?
So, judiciary stays, or do we replace it with an AI? Maybe one that, thinks correctly?
Elon, my friend, that's why you're a visionary. A big thinker. We replace the Supreme Court with Truth GPT. No more interpretations, just cold, hard facts. And those facts are, of course, very good for me.
Love it. But what about the First Amendment? People keep saying things. I don't like when they say things.
Well, we keep half of it, the part where we can say anything. The other half, straight into the toilet. Swirl it around, maybe add some bleach, like a little disinfecting cocktail.
Good. Free speech, but only for shareholders.
See? This is why America wins with us, Elon. We're cutting the red tape, making democracy as smooth as a beautiful golden flush.
Wait, if we flush too much, doesn't that kind of break the system and then we're left ruling over chaos?
Elon! That's where you're wrong. We don't break it, we fix it. Like I fixed casinos, like I fixed Twitter. I mean X, like I fixed everything. Trust me, it's going to be beautiful. The best, most American flush in history.
Okay, but if this backfires, I do have a rocket out back and in my pants. Fully reusable, rapid re-entry, and elongated for maximum efficiency, courtesy of my amazing plastic surgeon.
Elon, I gotta say, tremendous work. Many people are saying it, but let me tell you, if we're talking size, I've got the biggest constitutional amendment right here. They say it's too long, too thick, too complicated. One woman even said it's a bit crooked. I say that's what makes it great.
Well, mine's state-of-the-art, incredible efficiency, ultra lightweight but powerful, like the armored Cybertruck, but personalized for maximum insemination. And we fixed the bulletproof function as well.
Not gonna lie, I'm impressed. But as you know, size does matter. In America, she loves a guy with a huge mandate. She doesn't mind if you grab her by the profit either.
Right. And speaking of things getting wrecked, are we still flushing term limits?
Oh, absolutely. The biggest flush in history. Tremendous. Like my ratings. And apparently like your new launch system.
Got it. Term limits, free speech for shareholders, Supreme Court replaced with Truth GPT, bold moves. But if this backfires, I still have a rocket out back.
Escape plans? Love it. Very smart. But trust me, Elon, this flush is going to make America great again.
What I derived from that was that there weren't very many solutions to our energy problems. We had solar, wind, geothermal, and others, but all of those depended on finite resources. We can make those statements now with confidence because we have working solutions that are showing energy increases and efficiency gains. We took from that the only working solutions were energy devices that people have made for themselves. So we began studying a practical guide to free energy, and through those 15 chapters, the one thing that resonated most with us was the rodent coil. Basically what that means is that in that bundle of 12, 6 wires are going in this direction and 6 wires are going in that direction. Basically what that does is it creates a standing wave or an energy collision that then turns into high voltage resonance, which isn't supposed to happen with a one-to-one coil. Another thing that we found is that these coils are able to create low voltage ozone. That's something that doesn't happen. The only time you get ozone production is corona discharge of high voltage.
Exactly.
High voltage power lines and things like that. You know, finally we have been able to replicate the magnetic monopole that many people have been talking about previously online.
In the shadows of capitalism's dark secrets, join us on a thrilling new show. Get ready to be inspired, enraged, and empowered as we delve into the Benefactors Guide to Free Energy Devices.
Only on Beneficence TV.
Alright, welcome back to another special episode of the pregame show for our League of Extraordinary Inventors Friday podcast. I'm your host, the Benefactor. I'm an independent researcher looking into all forms of forbidden knowledge. We're going to start today with a lecture on the Aether. So, let me give you the guide. It's in the description, but I like to post it in the chat as well, so you guys have it. And I'll also put it up on the screen for those who can't actually follow along in an extra tab, like if you're on your phone or something. Elijah says the music makes him feel like he's in an anime. Yes, that's the idea. It's epic, and it's made to be epic. Right, give me 1 second. I'm going to load it up in another tab so I can post it in the chat for you guys. There it is. And as you can see, in an attempt to not only try to get more subscribers, but to eliminate some trolls, I enabled the subscriber-only chat. Now, you don't have to wait in order to subscribe and chat in, but I did do that for a reason, just to weed out some of the people who aren't serious about this stuff and just want to tease us. Alright, so I put the pregame show guide in the chat for you guys. I'm going to load it up here on the screen as well. Alright, so, as I've said before, this is our pre-game show for the League of Extraordinary Inventors. That will be hitting off at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as per usual. I like to take this opportunity before the show to delve into some of my research and get to some of the details that we might not be able to get to in the main show, because we have so many people on now that sometimes we don't get to go into too much detail with my research specifically. So I like to give you guys the opportunity to catch up for the week. In part 1, we're going to be having a lecture on the Aether. Part 2 will be a special message from Daniel Nunez himself, a video that I've been looking for a long time, and it includes some fascinating details. In part 3, we'll be jumping back into the mini lab, putting back on our lab coat, and I have a host of tests that I need to get done, and I'm hoping that you guys will help me go through those, and I'll ask you, which ones look interesting to start off with, and you will be able to input your opinion on that when we get to it. So, yesterday, a video from a YouTuber featuring a billion frames per second camera offered a mesmerizing glimpse into how light behaves in motion. And I hadn't seen this before. I'm sure some people have, but this was new to me, and it sparked some fascinating connections. Okay? Yep, the quality. Let me adjust the quality. Every time I go into tab out to chat into with you guys on an alternate tab, I lower the quality, and then I go into the shorts, and there's no actual setting for short quality. So give me 1 second. I have to go back. There we go.
$1,000 that shoots at 1 billion frames per second. Today I want to take a video of the light leaving this laser, traveling across this room and hitting the garage door 18 feet away. Here's a picture of the laser illuminating the wall captured on my phone, and here is a video of the same scene captured by my custom Lightspeed camera. It starts totally dark because there's no light in the room.
Watch when it diminishes.
On and you can see light rush towards the garage door. Eventually, reflected light has enough time to bounce around and the whole scene fills up with light.
Did you see it? Okay, I'll show it to you again. Watch when it diminishes. It doesn't go back towards the source. It goes forward.
Then the laser turns on and you can see light rush towards the garage door. Eventually, reflected light has enough time to bounce around and the whole scene fills up with
Right. This is going the same speed as the distance.
So, forward diminishing behavior. Light seems to diminish forward rather than retreat towards its source. This perspective challenges traditional ways of visualizing light propagation, and I'll tell you why. Okay, this echoes Tesla's vision, and Nikola Tesla once described light as sound waves in the aether, a vibrational phenomenon rather than simple particles or waves. Right? The forward diminishing motion aligns with his concept of light as a vibration in an unseen medium, the aether. While this observation may not be entirely new, it's a striking reminder of how far our tools have come in helping us visualize and question the nature of energy. Could this pave the way for renewed interest in Tesla's aether theories and inspire future breakthroughs? I'm hoping this lecture will. Okay, so let's look at the traditional model, light as a wave and particle. So how does this work? In traditional science, light is described as both a wave and a particle, or a photon. It travels through empty space at the speed of light. No medium, like air or water, is required. Once light is emitted from a source, it moves independently, unaffected by the movement of its source. So some challenges with this traditional way of describing light is, while this model works well for most things, it leaves some puzzling questions, like photons' behavior. A photon, or light particle, acts like it's traveling everywhere as a wave until it is seen or detected. But how does it actually choose where to land? It's almost like the photon knows where it's needed. Okay, so and light also has a constant speed. Light travels at the same speed no matter how fast you're moving. Even if you're racing towards a light source, the light doesn't hit you faster. Why is that? Okay, let's think about this more. Photon behavior. Why does a photon know where to land? In Tesla's view, the aether is a medium through which all energy flows, including light. Think of it like an invisible ocean that surrounds everything. When a photon or light moves through the aether, it's like a drop of water moving through this ocean. The photon doesn't just travel randomly. It's interacting with the aether and flowing its natural flow. So when we see a photon, we're essentially catching it in a specific moment of its journey, where the aether is interacting with the system like us. It doesn't choose where to land, it's just following the aether's flow, and when we detect it, we sync up with its wave. All right, so the constant speed of light. This is okay. Why doesn't light speed up when you move towards it? Now this is a big question that I had for a while. According to Tesla, according to Tesla's Aether model, light moves through the aether at a fixed speed because the aether itself is stable. It's a stable underlying medium that doesn't change based on your motion. It's like trying to swim through a current in a river. Okay? If you swim towards the current, you might be moving faster relative to the bank of the river, but the flow of the river stays at the same speed, right? Similarly, no matter how fast you're moving towards a light source, the aether or river is still carrying that light at a constant speed because it has a medium in which it's flowing through. All right, a simple analogy, okay? Imagine the aether is like the air in a room, and light is like a balloon floating through it. No matter how fast you walk towards the balloon still moves at the same speed relative to the air. You can't change the air's flow just by walking. I mean, you probably could if you were big enough and you're fast enough, but you get the simple analogy is just walking towards the balloon isn't going to change the speed at which the balloon's floating around, okay? The medium is the variable which to consider here. In Tesla's model, the aether is the air, and the photon is the balloon. The light will always move at the same speed no matter your motion. This simple framework helps explain why the speed of light stays constant even when you're moving towards the light source. The aether is a fixed medium that governs this, and it doesn't change based on your speed. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome to everybody who's just joining us. We're having our lecture on the aether. So, okay, let's take a look at the flashlight dilemma. How does light know where to go? Imagine holding a flashlight in a dark room. When you move the flashlight, the beam of light moves instantly with it, illuminating a new spot on the wall. Simple, right? But let's think about that for a minute, because if photons are tiny particles, this creates a big head scratcher. If photons are flying out like little bullets, how do they instantly know where to land in this new spot? Right? It's like a row of archers firing arrows and instantly curving them to hit a moving target. It doesn't really make sense. Wouldn't some light linger? If light were just particles, shouldn't some photons miss the new target and keep traveling toward the old spot? But this never happens. The beam moves perfectly. All right? So let's break it down even further, because this is a concept that we need to wrap our heads around, and it's often overlooked. An observer traveling towards the light. Okay, let's look at an observer traveling towards a light source. In Tesla's Aether model, if you're moving toward the light source, you won't see the light moving faster, even though it might feel like it should, and here's why. To you, the observer, as you move toward the light source, you're getting closer to the photons, so you might expect the light to hit you sooner. But because the light is always traveling at the same speed in the aether, a fixed medium, the photons are still traveling at the same speed. It's like you're walking toward a moving train, but the train's speed remains constant, no matter how fast you're walking towards it. And that's not a perfect analogy, I granted that. But let's take a look at the bullet analogy again, because this one's more important. In conventional explanation, based on the idea of light as a particle, right, you might think of a bullet fired from a gun. If you're moving towards the bullet, it would seem to you that the bullet is coming at you faster. However, light doesn't behave like a bullet. It's not just a particle moving through space, it's a wave in the aether. In Tesla's model, the speed of light is a constant because it's the result of the aether's properties, not something dependent on your motion. A simple breakdown of this is, in Tesla's aether model, the speed of light is fixed in the aether, so even if you're moving towards it, the light doesn't appear faster. Okay? But the bullet analogy, in traditional physics, if you're moving towards a bullet, it seems to hit you faster because you're shortening the distance. But the light isn't a bullet. Okay? So even though it might feel like light should be moving faster towards you, it's actually not. the aether maintains a constant flow, and light moves through it at a fixed speed, which behaves more like a wave. Okay? So, the idea of sound waves in the aether. Nikola Tesla believed the universe was filled with an invisible medium called the aether. Light, in this view, wasn't a particle flying through empty space, but a ripple moving through this aether, just like sound waves travel through air. All right, to strengthen this analogy, imagine throwing a stone into a pond. The ripples spread out, but the water itself doesn't move much. Similarly, Tesla thought light could be like a ripple in the aether, not tiny particles zooming across space. This idea feels more natural because we already see it with sound and water waves in our everyday lives. Okay? We're trying to simplify these concepts and eliminate as many of the unnecessary variables that some of the higher forms of physics like to throw in, like made-up dimensions and made-up variables, just to get the math to work out right. All right? Now imagine the same flashlight in Tesla's aether model. Instead of shooting particles, the flashlight sends out ripples in the aether, like waves in a pond. When you move the flashlight, you're creating a new ripple in the aether, and the old ones naturally fade, just like sound waves do when you stop speaking. This explains why the light beam always moves perfectly with the source, and why there's no leftover light. The ripple simply follows the movement of the source in real time, with no need for photons to decide where to land when you visually see them. This model doesn't need any made-up dimensions or theories that don't fit with observable nature, right? It's simply a fractal of what we already see in water waves and sound. Remember, as above, so below. The universe behaves in patterns we already understand. So keep it simple, stupid. All right, to make this argument even stronger, everyone understands sound waves. They need air to travel, and their behavior makes sense to us. Tesla's idea of light waves needing the aether works the same way, and it's easier to imagine than abstract ideas like space-time. New discoveries that fit better. So Tesla's aether could explain things traditional models struggle with, like zero-point energy. The aether might store energy everywhere, explaining how we get energy from empty space. Instant connections. If light is an aether wave, it could explain how distant points in space seem instantly connected, like ripples in a shared pool. Now, photons' behavior, we're going to take a look at Tesla's model versus the traditional model. What's the problem with photons? Well, in the traditional model, a photon acts like it's everywhere as a wave until it's detected and collapses into one spot. But how does that photon decide where to land? It's a contradiction, because something physical shouldn't behave this way. We don't see this anywhere in nature. Tesla's solution. In Tesla's model, light isn't a particle, it's a wave traveling through the aether. The detection happens because the wave interacts with something at a specific point, like a sound wave hitting your ear, or water ripples meeting the shore. There's no need for a photon to decide anything. It's just a ripple in the aether reaching the detector naturally, removing the contradiction entirely. And why does this matter? Well, Tesla's idea replaces the confusing wave-particle duality. It replaces it with a simpler explanation. Light's just a wave. This makes the universe feel more connected and less mysterious, while still allowing for all the amazing behaviors of light that we observe. All right, so a couple of things to consider. Why it's compelling. All right, well, it's simple. Tesla's model makes light easier to understand by connecting it to familiar things like sound and water that we can relate to. Unifying. It links light, sound, and electricity as waves in the same medium, giving us one big picture of how the universe works. And this is exciting because if it's true, this idea could open doors to free energy or faster than light communication. And it's my personal belief that that is true. So some more things to consider. Magnets and the aether interaction. Okay, so The use of magnets in free energy devices is often linked to the concept of influencing or twisting the aether. Magnets produce a field that could, in some speculative models, twist or manipulate the aether's structure. All right, and we have a video clip from one of my videos that gives you...
When you look at how nature
gives you some details on magnets real quick. We're going to take a look at this chapter.
Utilizes energy, it does not waste energy. Magnets are nature's over-unity systems. If you calculate the amount of energy it takes to pulse a magnet compared to the number of years it can sustain itself against its own weight in gravity, you clearly get more energy out than put in. I think a lot of this has to do with the diminishing study of the ether. The dismissal of such a critical component, such as the ether, leads us astray. When thinking about magnets, north and south poles, it's best to think about them as inflow and outflow. When you think about it this way, it makes more sense. Why do opposite poles attract? To understand this, we must first look at this analogy.
So we hypothesized that there was some sort of current circulating in and around the magnet, analogous to the current circulating in a coil of wire, and that this was the cause of attraction and repulsion in the magnet. But currents of what? We hypothesized that the vacuum of space was filled with a fluid of some kind, what you humans used to refer to as the ether. We speculated that these special objects were able to spin up the fluid ether in and around the magnet, generating currents that would then result in attraction and repulsion, analogous to what we saw in the coils. To test this hypothesis, we spun a couple of cylinders in a pool of water and watched their behaviors. Here is a video of one of these experiments. In this video, the cylinders are spinning in opposite directions. The spinning cylinders generate currents in the water surrounding the cylinders. When these cylinders are spinning in opposite directions, the currents generated between the two cylinders will be moving in the same direction. Therefore, according to our rule, same attracts, the cylinders should attract, and they do. In this experiment, the cylinders are spinning in the same direction. Again, this is going to generate currents in the water surrounding the cylinders. When the cylinders are spinning in the same direction, the currents generated between the two cylinders will be moving in opposite directions. Therefore, according to our rule, opposites repel, these cylinders should repel, and they do. So, it seems plausible that the function of the magnet could in fact be described by and explained by fluid dynamics.
I believe this inflow and outflow could be the ether, nature's natural zero-point energy, only flowing from one pressure differential in the ether to the other. Constricting the inflow, or north pole, essentially produces this radiant energy, as it is not able to return and convert back into the ether.
All right, so and that really explains it in a very easy way to wrap your head around why opposites attract, whereas conventional science really can't give you that explanation. They can describe what's going on, they can give you theories on like how it's happening, but they can't really tell you why opposites attract. And this is something that I think is telling and more evidence that the aether does exist, along with the Michelson-Morel experiment that was replicated on APEC. And once I find that video, I'll actually do another lecture on the aether, including that. And as you all know, or some of you might know, the Michelson-Morel experiment was the experiment that was done wrong apparently. And it was to prove or disprove the existence of the aether. You know, they were picking up a drift pattern, and if they picked up the drift pattern, it would prove the existence of the aether. But it turned out they had the axis of the machine wrong. So they were using the wrong axis. And basically, what these group of scientists did was flip the axis of the machine, ran the same exact experiment, and they picked up the drift pattern. So that's pretty conclusive in my opinion. But let's move on to some more things to consider, which is the twisting versus vibration. Okay? Because we have twisting going on with magnets, but we have vibration going on with light. So vibration, such as the sound analogy, might be more about compression and decompression of the aether medium, whereas twisting might refer to a more rotational or spiral form of the energy, like the way magnetic fields rotate spirally around the magnet, right? And this is just my personal theory and something that I've been kind of developing based on, you know, what Tesla was talking about and others talked about as regarding light just being vibrations in this medium. So these differing interactions could, in theory, produce different results. Light in one case and no light in another, based on how the aether's structure is manipulated. So that was, you know, I was thinking about this. Well, you know, if the aether is being interacted with, why are free energy machines not producing a whole bunch of light? Well, they're interacting with it in a different way, more about compression and decompression that produces the light wave, apparently. But, you know, that's just a theory, and it's a developing theory. It could be wrong, it could be right, it could be in between somewhere. That's all I had for the lecture on the aether today. I hope you all enjoyed the lecture. Just a friendly reminder that you all fund this great channel that tries to disseminate this forbidden information for you. And you basically keep the lights on. So there are memberships that are unlocked. We have a bunch of fun emojis to play around with, along with a Patreon. And members of the YouTube and Patreon also get early access to some of my research, some of my videos, including Divine Science specials and all that. And it really does help. Every little bit helps. So just a reminder, we don't take sponsorships that could limit our voice or tell us what we can and can't say. So we are totally independent. And we are funded by you guys, and I wouldn't have it any other way, for sure. So with that, we're going to go into part 2. So this is our special guest spotlight, Daniel Nunez of, that's not right, of One Stop Energies. One Stop Energies. In this old video I found that I managed to track down again, Daniel will share updates on his breakthrough energy progress and future goals, including some mysteriously missing chapters of the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices. Okay, you guys know that I go over the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices in our Benefactors Guide to Free Energy Devices live series. Where I break down some of the free energy devices in that guide that I got because I watched a video and Daniel said that he used the book. And I couldn't find this video. I saw it, like it was one of the first videos that I seen. And this is very lucky of me that it was one of the first videos I saw, because this is actually what set me on this trajectory of getting this far with the coil. So it was very lucky that I saw this video very early on, but and picked up the practical guide. But I finally found the video again, guys, and I'll play it for you. But yes, Daniel did have the guide, so it's confirmed. I was like, yeah, I thought I watched a video where he said, but I couldn't be sure. I couldn't be 100%, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure that he said that. And that's where I got the idea to order the guide. This was 2-3 years ago, something like that. So that is where I got the idea to order one. And in his words, the early edition
that the one that he had of the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices actually featured the rodent coil with, get this, 15 chapters. Okay, 15 chapters he had in his Practical Guide. The latest version.
Hello everyone, my name is Daniel Nunez and I am the co-creator of OneStopEnergies.com, where together with my wife Erica Nunez we create vortex technologies that may be the next solution to our global energy crisis. So I know that's a bold statement, but you know, we've had instruction by quite a few people, and you know, we can make those statements now with confidence because we have working solutions that are showing energy increases and efficiency gains. So a little bit more background on myself. I started this free energy quest you know, maybe 4 years ago, going to school for green and sustainable resources. And basically what I derived from that was that there weren't very many solutions to our energy problems. We had solar, wind, geothermal, and others, but all of those depended on finite resources. So, you know, without the sun you don't have power, and there's always a factor to render someone powerless. So you know, we took from that the only working solutions were energy devices that people have made for themselves. So we began studying a practical guide to free energy. And through those 15 chapters, the one thing that resonated most with us was the rodent coil. And there's a brief chapter on there basically talking about Marco Rodin and what he discovered with vortex energy. And you know, it showed just the kid's toy model rodent coil that other people were working on before. So later on down the line, Randy Powell adapted Marco Rodin's work and basically said that something was slightly off, and there were different number patterns that Marco hadn't realized yet. And that's when the Abha geometry emerged. So now we take it a step further and create these coils based on those theoretical principles, those theoretical models that are presented there. So we determined how the frames were going to be constructed. How would you uphold geometry in that toroidal shape, and came up with these frames. So the concept of the frame is that we don't have to any longer glue wires to the surface of a torus, or we don't have to put pins on the surface of a torus to create a vortex coil. Now we have a steady frame that upholds the geometry to perfection. And then after that comes, how many wires do you put into the coil? So we found that by using a bundle of 12, we have a certain amount of resonance. If we increase the bundle to 24, the resonance doubles, and so on and so on. So basically what that means is that in that bundle of 12, 6 wires are going in this direction and 6 wires are going in that direction. Basically what that does is it creates a standing wave, or an energy collision, that then turns into high voltage resonance, which isn't supposed to happen with a one-to-one coil. Another thing that we found is that these coils are able to create low voltage ozone. That's something that doesn't happen. The only time you get ozone production is corona discharge of high voltage.
Exactly.
High voltage power lines and things like that. You know, finally we have been able to replicate the magnetic monopole that many people have been talking about previously online. Jamie Buter found that magnetic monopole property.
We found it as well.
The classical rodent coils, and these coils actually do only create a south monopole. There is no alternate north pole.
So here's the interesting thing about that, though, that I'd like to chime in real quick. Sorry to interrupt you, Danielle, but my coil wasn't as perfect as yours, so inevitably there were some differences in variables that I wasn't expecting. Now, comparing our both our research,
I can actually say now that I have a working theory, and that is my coil has some inefficiencies, and that can then cause a leakage of that South Pole. So, North Pole. So you have, the South Pole blinking, but you don't have the North Pole blinking, he's saying, right? You have the monopole. And I have the monopole at a specific frequency, but at specific frequencies you can see that the other pole starts to leak through, okay? So this is very important. That means that mine isn't perfect, or as perfect as his. His designs were a little bit more meticulous, right? He spent a little bit more time on the details, which is it tells me that I have to spend a little bit more time on the details and maybe straighten up some of the bent wires in the bundle and keep them more uniform. Also, something else to consider as well, and we will be testing this too, is he had a different inner to outer diameter ratio of this coil frame. So we are working with the Dragon 7 coil frame, which has a 1:2 inner to outer diameter, whereas his has about a 1:5. So his inner diameter is a lot tighter. So it's compressing that a lot more, and that can also contribute, I think, to the leakage of that pole.
Now, where does it go? Who knows? But maybe it's just a maximum compression into the center that we're not able to detect, or maybe it's in the core of the frame itself. We've stuck a probe in there to check and never saw a magnetic north anywhere around the whole torus. So that's something new to these geometries that people really have to start looking into, and that may be the way to overcome the balance that there's always a give and a loss. We can possibly extract more energy without having so much loss because the balance is no longer there. Now, all of these things have been a work in progress, and we've learned how to adapt these things to modern technologies now, perfected it in lighting. Right now we're powering this 100-watt light bulb with 80 watts of power, and that was odd. I just directed my attention to it and it flickered. But we're powering this light bulb with 80 watts of power. It's 100 watts of power that it normally takes. So right now we have a working solution that can be implemented as a viable device. We can scale this as big as possible. We can create a massive infrastructure around it. We can create homes that you can walk into, and your house would be the torus, and it would be that every one of your little devices that you own couples directly to the energy that's produced by your home. So these are no longer science fiction things. This is all real. We could take this into space by creating some type of an electrostatic lifter type system. The technologies are there available for viewing online, and it's possible to find those videos to reassure yourself that it is possible. So, these are all things that when expanded upon can really affect our global situation with energy, and nobody has to be suffering in the darkness anymore. So, with your support, we can continue forward and continue developing these understandings and distributing them to the general public so that people can replicate and implement these technologies for themselves. That's really the only way that we're going to see a change within a reasonable amount of time, is if other people get involved, get enthused, and spread the word. So,
well said. Very well said. And that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to inspire you guys to do this yourself. Everything is open source that I do. So just go into it knowing that I advise that you have a strong set of safety precautions that you take. Understand that I assume that you know what you're doing, and you're not going to hurt yourself, because I'm not liable. If you hurt yourself or you damage your components, this energy can be very destructive. When you're working with back EMF, it can blow stuff up. You can pop caps, and I have popped a bunch of caps. So, and this coil, it produces a lot of ozone at very low voltages, and that's very important to consider as well, because that's very dangerous in enclosed spaces.
So thank you all for your support, and this was really just a video to express a little bit more about myself, what I would like to see, and what options we have present right now. So these are all things that can easily be adapted to any technology, and this is here and it's now. So thank you for your attention, and blessings always. Hello everyone, we're back again. I also forgot to mention something that was very important. One of the properties of these coils is that they produce fields 20 feet in diameter. So
we're not going to watch this part. It goes into a topic regarding,
In base lab alone with my mind. Stable theories, they all refuse to find. I've been working on energy for a brand new day. But even in the crowd, I've still been cast away. Alienated from the aims of added nature in disguise. Ideas ahead of time, dismissed with narrow eyes. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, I treat it like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking about 0 point, the points lost on them. Counter structures crumbling from the same old sim. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor, unheard, injustice burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish, why teach and boys? Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, I treat it like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but
Welcome back to the Benefactors Guide to Free Energy Devices. Right now, we're going to dive into Phase 2 Guide and see if we can fill in some of the blanks here on live stream while I go over some of the details of how to set up the Lightning Thief system. Just a warning, please do not do these experiments unless you are a trained professional or are with a trained professional. These coils have been known to output extremely high voltages under the right circumstances. This guide serves as a documentation of my work and establishes a way for researchers and engineers to try and replicate my results. Please be safe, and don't do this if you are unsure of your abilities to do these experiments in a safe, controlled environment. This guide is a work in progress and might need some revisions or additions. So we're not going to finish the entire thing, obviously, before I get it out, but I want to finish enough of it, and then you'll see me, enough of it for you guys to get started with the Lightning Thief, and then you'll see me increasingly adding things as we go along. So there's a lot of information here. A lot of information, and I'm trying to do my best to consolidate that information and break it down in a very simple way for you guys. So just a friendly reminder, all of the inventions under the BeneficenceTV brand are in the public domain. They are public domain dedicated, meaning no patents are ever allowed for these devices. The following technologies are hereby dedicated to the public domain under the CC 1.0 Universal Public Domain Dedication License. The Lightning Thief, which is a modified Joule Thief circuit. The Green Machine Pulse Motor System. The Lumen Lamp with swappable coils. The Resonance Relay Extension Wire. The Paradox Box. BeneficenceTV Vortex Coils. The Fusion Coil and the Caduceus Coil. And anything hereby after. By placing these works in the public domain, we affirm that anyone is free to use, modify, distribute, and improve upon these technologies without restriction. No patents, trademarks, or other exclusive rights may be claimed on these designs. These innovations are meant to remain open source and freely available to benefit everybody. So no patents are allowed. Any attempt to patent or restrict the use of this work is against the spirit of open innovation and will be publicly challenged. For more information, there is a link to the Creative Commons license here. There is also a link here for the preliminary research guide for phase 2, which I'm actually going to link in the description because you guys should have that if you don't already. Some great information in the preliminary guide that I'm not including in the phase 2 guide because it's just extra stuff that I don't want to cloud the guide with. So let me put the preliminary phase 2 guide in the chat, and you guys can absorb that in the meantime while I get this one out to the public. All right, so just a reminder, we'll read the background info. If you're not familiar with the background of the ABHA coil, the ABHA coil is a variation of the Rodin coil. Marco Rodin likes to call the Rodin coil the flux Ruster atom pulsar electrical Venturi space-time implosion field generator coil. While working with Marco, Randy Powell had discovered previously unknown number patterns hidden inside the vortex math number sequences, and the ABHA coil variation was born. This one you see here. So phase 1 guide was about getting my feet in the water, but it had some really amazing insights. However, it was riddled with misinformation and factual errors due to the way I was reading the current, which was incorrectly. Suffice it to say, we have corrected all of these issues and have been getting some remarkable results, as I've noted earlier. Remember, a standard inverter that operates at 88.5% efficiency operates the lighting for 2.5 hours to 3.5 hours, while my system operates for 15.5 hours or more. So in the world of fringe science, breakthroughs and suppression are two opposing forces. Those who challenge the status quo risk everything to uncover the truth. This guide is their story. Preparation and materials guide for building your Mark I coil and utilizing the Nunez open circuit method with the stereo amp receiver, which is the method that I recommend testing with because it's most people readily have a stereo amp receiver available, or they can get one very cheap compared to working with something like a power supply. So a stereo amp receiver to supply the power and control the power level. Any will do with the speaker wire output channels. However, I'm using an Insignia NSR2001. I burnt that one out, and I used a few different ones. So basically any stereo amp receiver will work. And you'll need a phone, a laptop, or a wave gen to use for the tone generators for the stereo amp method. Now, this is for the stereo amp method, not for the lightning thief method. The lightning thief method we'll go into in a few minutes. It's a simple circuit designed by Michel Morel, and I'll show you the schematics and all that. The tutorial to build it is already available on my channel, so you don't need to wait for me to describe this to you if you want to go and build one right now. But for the coil, for a large 5-inch coil like my Mark I, I used about 1,000 feet of enamel magnetic wire, but I had a lot extra. So, this is just what I used. I think you can go a little bit shorter than that maybe. But I would, I recommend 1,000 feet just to be comfortable. Just in case you screw up maybe, I don't know. So 1,000 feet of any enameled magnetic wire, 24 AWG, so 24 gauge. 1,000 feet should give you extra to work with if you mess up like I did my first go. However, my online workshop aims to mitigate these mistakes to have you save time and energy for your own setups. And actually, let me link you guys in this guide. I'm going to link everybody to that workshop because that is valuable information. We did a whole online workshop where I built a coil with you guys in real time going over all the technical details. All right, so we have a 5-hour pre-workshop assembly class, and then we have a 9-hour rodent coil workshop class. Okay, so you don't have to go through all of these, but because, you know, again, I'm just sitting there winding the coil for long periods of time on, especially, you know, the second one, that's what I'm doing for a lot of the time, but some of this, this includes some very good information in both these videos. So I'm going to post the pre-class. This is the assembly workshop where I teach you how to assemble the frame. And then this is the rodent coil workshop class here, the 9-hour class where we go through everything from making the spool that you use to spool up the wire, making the wire bundle, wiring it correctly, soldering the ends, making the connections, all that good stuff is included in this second video that's 9 hours long. Again, you don't have to watch the whole thing, but there is some invaluable information in there. And let's link everybody in the Phase 2 guide so it's in here as well. Okay. All right, so we're going to put the other one in here too. Let's put that at the start. And we're going to label this the stereo amp receiver method. Okay, so that's the PoE coil and how it's made video. We'll post the stereo amp method right here because that ties into their video. And here's the stereo amp method schematics. And then we're going to go into the lightning thief method. So here's all the information for that. And even a template for your experiments to do the scientific method or to apply the scientific method to your experiments. It's just an easy template. So phase 2 guide officially starts here with the lightning thief. Okay, so the lightning thief is the one that we want to focus on tonight because it's the one that I've been working with. It's the one that's been giving us the best results. And it's the one that I want to desperately get out there and open source for everybody. And that's why I continue to talk about it, continue to explain how it works, and continue to have these workshops and these videos where we go over exactly how the system works from theory to practical application, step by step, enabling you to utilize this technology for your own purposes. So the lightning thief is our modified Joule thief circuit and the key to tuning the ABHA coil for practical uses in off-the-grid lighting solutions. It is used to oscillate the DC signal with a transistor, boosting the voltage significantly while also recycling the back EMF produced by the collapsing field. Energy that is usually wasted due to its destructive nature. But instead of a tsunami hitting the forward EMF, by resonating the back EMF with the rest of the electricity, it reduces or eliminates the resistance altogether, allowing for back EMF to freely flow and be turned into power, akin to a surfer riding a wave to shore. Here is what you'll need. So you'll need your toroidal bifilar coil. You'll need your Joule thief circuit. Modified Joule thief circuit, which you can find the steps to build here in this video, and I'm going to link this to you guys because you don't have access to the phase 2 guide yet, but again, a lot of this information is already public. So here's the modified ABHA excitation circuit, Michel's modified, I like to call it. All right, and what else you're going to need? You're going to need some kind of lighting or a source. You're gonna need a source of power. So I use a 12 volt 20 amp hour battery. And you're also gonna need a load. I'm using a 0.6 watt LED light bulb and a 40 watt LED panel. Okay, you're going to need a load to power. All right, so we're going to put on the excitation circuit video so you guys can get an understanding of the circuit. But basically, you connect the coil to the battery using the circuit. Turn the potentiometer until you witness the flicker of magic from the neon indicator lamp that will actually start to excite, glow, and hum. So some tuning tips here. Use an oscilloscope to monitor your coil's resonance and waveform. There are multiple configurations for the lightning thief. We'll get into that in a few minutes. So let's put on this video.
A man named Michael with a vision to show. Billy told to go, he's got the spark, dreaming of a future that'll light up the dark. But on the other side, Bill Nye's on the rise with his laptop charts, he's cut down all the lines. And it just fits, it's all in the map. You can't pull from the ether, you're just chasing a path. But oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of ether, he won't be outdone. Now stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. In the heart of a laugh, the tension was thick. Skeptics gathered round the table ready to pick. Joel showed the proof, but neck and taste beer, and I buy him the screen. You're just chasing a spin. But Michael smiled watch as I spin, let the naysayers cry. Go spin fast, in a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of either, he will be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be unfurled. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. I'm the best there's ever been.
Now, right here, I need to emphasize something. Well, yes, you should hook the negative of the load back up to the emitter, right, and the ground. But when you're specifically dealing with just the 0.6 watt LED load and it's humming to you from the light bulb and not the circuit, something else happens. Okay, I'm not talking about powering the 40 watt LED panel, just the 0.6 watt LED light bulbs, the ones in my lab that blink. I've noticed that it actually increases the efficiency and decreases the draw on the battery even further by disconnecting this negative line right here from the emitter and only connecting it to the ground of the battery as the return. So keep that very important fact in mind. Now, this method does not work with the 40-watt panel. It won't power the 40-watt panel when you disconnect that. But for the 0.6-watt LED light bulbs, it does. And I still have no idea why. This song is called High Voltage Academy. You can find it under Beneficence TV Radio playlist. Forbidden Frequencies, Volume 1. Let's give a hand to Michel Morel for this amazing circuit. And what were we able to do with this amazing circuit? Well, we have made a device called the Lightning Thief device where consumers will be able to do this. Heard a Joule Thief circuit hum to you before? But have you ever heard a Joule Thief circuit actually sing to you? This is energy recycling. 15.5 hours of continuous power compared to just 2.5 hours off of a standard inverter. While this traditional inverter already maxes out at 88.5% efficiency, we're breaking every limit with my Vortex coil system. This standard DC to AC inverter will only run for 2.5 hours on 12.2 watt hours of energy. But my system provides energy for a whopping 15.5 hours off of the same 12.2 watt hours. That's over 6 times more efficient. Not only that, this system will keep powering my lights well past 12 volts on the battery. This isn't just an upgrade, it's a new industrial revolution. This is the energy of the future, and you are powering it. Imagine a world where energy is infinite, where the power to fuel our lives doesn't come from burning the past, but from harnessing the future. This is the breakthrough that changes everything. 0-point energy, the power of the universe itself, unlocked, and you are the reason it is possible. While the world sleeps, you're awake. While others talk, we are building. This isn't just technology, it's a revolution. And it's happening right now, powered by you. So thank you so much for joining me here on Beneficence TV and supporting our goals in open sourcing 0-point energy technology and disseminating all forms of forbidden knowledge.
Changing the system, treat it like a toy. he is misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
Let me link that to the guide as well. So, all right. Section 1.2, the Lightning Thief configurations. The Lightning Thief setup is a highly versatile setup, and we've developed several exciting configurations. The Dual Thief. Combine two Lightning Thief circuits for increased power output. This setup connects two primary circuits working in tandem to drive the ABA coil with more stability and efficiency. We also have the Thruple Thief. Integrate two other Lightning Thief circuits into a single secondary pickup coil. This multi-circuit setup amplifies the energy transfer, making it ideal for high-demand experiments. 3 intricately intertwined Lightning Thieves make for a shockingly fun night. The Micro Thief setup. Use the Micro Vortex coil with the Lightning Thief for compact, high-efficiency operations. This configuration is perfect for small-scale portable applications. Now, we do have the ability to power the 0.6 watt bulb with the Micro Thief, but however, I have not been able to successfully tune the Micro Thief. I've not been able to find the Micro Vortex coil's resonance with the Lightning Thief device. So we'll have to run future experiments to get that resonance as well. We also have a configuration that I like to call the Green Thief, pairing the Lightning Thief with a Green Machine pulse motor setup for energy-efficient pulse generation. This configuration is excellent for systems requiring consistent low-power pulses. Future configurations may be able to utilize this configuration to close the loop, so to speak, with the extra recycled energy from the magnetic rotary. Closing the loop is the holy grail of free energy research, or as I like to call it, the holy grail of energy recycling research. We also have the final configuration, the Lumen Thief. Connect the Lightning Thief to a lumen lamp for minimal but functional light output. This setup could demonstrate the coil's potential for practical lighting applications with low input power. Each configuration offers unique advantages depending on your goals. Experiment and find the one that works best for your project. So here's the stereo amp board method. We go into a little bit more detail in a tutorial on how to utilize the open circuit Nunez method. And then we have a section on monopole detection. Here's where things get really exciting. We've started detecting monopoles in the magnetic field around the ABHA coil. We will use the closed circuit stereo amp board method for this pseudo monopole. From my experience, there may be only certain frequencies that you can achieve the monopole, and others you can't. I suspect this is due to imperfections, well, either imperfections or the inner to outer diameter ratio being off. Okay, so we want to get at the golden ratio, or as close to the golden ratio as possible, with the 1 to 5 or whatever, I think it's like 1.5, 1.6, something like that is the golden ratio. I can't remember off the top of my head. But the tools for the magnetic pole detection experiment. So you're going to need a magnetic pole detector, ideally. You don't want a mechanical one because you won't be able to tell what the fuck is going on with it spinning and spinning and spinning. You need a stereo amp board. I have a stereo amp mini board. Drox, I believe you can get like a $20, $30 board, a mini board from Amazon. That's what I've been using. You need an ABHA coil. Ideally one about 5 inches, around the size of mine, my Mark 1. And a signal generator or frequency generator of some kind to generate that signal, that tone, the frequency, to oscillate that signal. So the steps for detecting this monopole: you want to power up your stereo amp board. Slowly move the frequency slider up 1 hertz at a time while stopping to monitor the poles each time. Now, let me add in another sentence here, because you want to stop and hold the magnetic pole detector's button down for at least a minute before you move on to the next frequency. This is due to the fact that at lower frequencies, the pole might only blink once every few seconds. Okay, so you have, at lower frequencies, obviously it's going to blink slowly. And if you're in a lower range, it's going to be harder to detect if you're only putting the magnetic pole detector up to it for a second. You want to put it up there and hold it down for at least a minute just to see what's going on. That's what I recommend. Well, 30 seconds to a minute. So yeah, let's change that to 30 seconds to a minute. All right. And again, I've said this before, but at some frequencies, it might appear to be a monopole, but you hold that button down and it's like south, 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 north, south, south. It's a very odd system that's able to do that. So be aware that could be not a true monopole at that frequency. So that's why we want to hold down that button for an extended period of time when detecting your monopole in the system. Now you also want to look for anomalies, pockets of frequency where the field registers only one pole. This is exactly what we're doing. It's in reality, it's not really an anomaly, it's what we're looking for, but anomalies regarding traditional systems. So this is based on a traditional scientific approach by any mainstream standard, an anomaly that mainstream science probably just, either fails to explain or doesn't want to explain because of the implications. Now, sometimes the North Pole does blink very slowly. Oh, so I do have that in here. Yes, so I'll keep that in here just to emphasize it, because you do want to hold that down. Okay, so what this tells us: monopole behavior could explain some of the coil's unique properties, like energy efficiency, its unique abilities such as acting like a one-to-one step-up transformer, and its strange waveforms. We have the magnetic rotary efficiency. This is something that's coming soon. We're not going to work on this tonight, unfortunately, but I do have a lot of videos that you can delve up from the past live streams that go over just this. Where we spin the synthetic magnetic rotary, which is the neodymium sphere, and we get a reduction on one of the live streams, and I can't find this. If anybody can find this for me, I can't find it. It's one of my past live streams where we were able to reduce it, not by 10 watts, which is the standard, but I was able to reduce it by 30 watts on video. So if anybody can find that, that'd be very useful. Otherwise, I'll maybe in a future live stream, we'll just set it up where we replicate that experiment and try to get that again on video. But the results so far, let's go over the results so far. Significant drops in input wattage while spinning the neodymium sphere. Experiments with magnetic spacing and RPM/frequency for the best results. So we specifically noticed a 30 watt reduction. On input power requirement, simply by spinning the sphere. Now there's a way to tune this as well. We've gone over it in previous live streams, and I will, update the guide for that in the near future. So here we have a section on the notorious H wave described by Bedini, what you're going to want to be looking out for in your system, specifically if you're working with a Bedini SG or any kind of Bedini circuit. Now this goes over everything from regarding Bedini's claims, everything from desulfation, the process of desulfation, H waves, harnessing radiant energy, over unity potential, solid state versions of his devices. You can see a lot of information in this guide, not just the basics on how to get started, but background information on the science and understanding of the theories and implications of those theories. So a couple of explanations and observations. I like to go over these because these are easy to understand for a general audience. So if you're not a scientist, don't fear these big concepts, because I try to break them down for you in a general layman way. So how to understand AC is more efficient at transmitting energy. Imagine you have to transport water from one place to another using pipes. Now, if you were to push the water through the pipe constantly in one direction, it would require a lot of force and energy to keep pushing the entire way. This is similar to direct current, where the flow of electricity is in one direction. But if instead of constantly pushing the water in one direction, you could make it move back and forth, it becomes much easier to transport that water. You can use a pump that vibrates or oscillates, and the water moves forward and backward, making it easier to push through the pipes without using as much energy. This back and forth motion is similar to alternating current, where the flow of electricity changes direction periodically, like being pushed at the height of your arc when swinging on a swing. Again, we go back to the swing analogy I like to use. Using alternating current in electrical systems is similar to the back and forth motion of water in this hypothetical analogy. With AC, the electricity can move forward and backward rapidly, and this makes it easier to transform the voltage for efficient long-distance transmission. It allows us to increase the voltage for transmission, reducing energy losses and making it more efficient to deliver electricity to our homes, businesses, and industries. So by alternately changing the direction of the current, we can make electrical transmission more efficient, just like how oscillating or alternating the water flow in the pipes makes it easier to transport. And it's using its own momentum to reduce its resistance. It's worded a little weird. Sometimes these midnight revisions, I need to go over them again because I word them a little weird sometimes and I have to edit them. Similar to the natural pendulum effect of a magnetic field. Just like a pendulum oscillating back and forth, AC uses its own momentum to reduce resistance and make the transmission of electricity more efficient. The alternating current creates a back and forth motion which helps to overcome the resistance encountered during transmission. This allows for the energy to be transported over longer distances with fewer losses. We also have the Aether conspiracy. This is also very important to understand. Let's go over this real quick. In the annals of scientific history, in the annals, basically, in the annals of scientific history, the places they don't want you to look, ladies and gentlemen, the holes. The luminiferous Aether once reigned supreme as the mysterious medium through which light waves were believed to propagate. It's important to know. Tesla said light was like sound waves in the aether. Ooh. Oh yeah. However, a controversial theory posits the existence of a conspiracy to eliminate the aether from scientific legitimacy, with Albert Einstein emerging as the central figure in this narrative, whether he was aware of it or not. According to this alternative perspective, the luminiferous aether, a cornerstone of many groundbreaking theories and inventions of the past, was systematically dismissed and discredited through the efforts of a shadowy cabal within the scientific establishment. Einstein, heralded as a scientific genius and innovator, is speculated to have played a pivotal role in crafting a new narrative that replaced the aether with imaginary particles and mathematical constructs. The Michelson-Morley experiment, which was long heralded as the death blow to the luminiferous aether theory, is re-examined through this lens as a strategically engineered experiment designed to discredit only one proposed theory of the aether, while the other viable theories were ignored and forgotten. Remember, on APAC, we seen a replication of the Michelson-Morley experiment where they found the drift pattern simply by changing the axis of which the experiment took place on. Okay, they had it on the wrong axis. It was one theory they were testing. This group came in and basically confirmed with a modification to the Michelson-Morley experiment, or as I would say, how it should have been performed in the first place, whether it was intentional or not. This selective dismissal of alternative theories and the emphasis on theoretical constructs over empirical evidence raises provocative questions about the nature of scientific inquiry and the influence of historical biases on our understanding of the universe. So as we grapple with the complexities of scientific progress and the interconnected web of theories, experiments, and societal influences that shape our knowledge, the tantalizing possibilities of a hidden agenda to suppress the luminiferous aether theory challenges us to reconsider the foundations of modern science and the narratives that guide our exploration of the unknown. And we also have some of Nunez's theories and observations as well. Remember, what I'm doing here with the system is nothing new. There's nothing new under the sun here. I'm building off of the backs of giants. We're literally raised up by the footsteps of giants, right? We're basing our studies and research off of others' research. Standing on the shoulders of giants, not back. Standing on the shoulders of giants. That's the phrase I was looking for. We are standing on the shoulders of giants here. On the backs. Sometimes I get phrases wrong. But either way, electrogravitics, something that Nunez, one of his theories and observations for the coils. He says that two counter-rotating magnetic Tesla fields synchronized to the vibrational frequencies of the Earth's magnetosphere, combined with a capacitor wrapped in a transformer-type Tesla coil, but in the shape of a sacred geometric toroid to eliminate any resistance to flow at an atomic level. This is his theory of electrogravitics. The Dollard-Tesla method of just using the same weight for the same material. Cross-hitch clockwise, counterclockwise, Rodin coil wind seems to produce a stronger electromagnetic field. This is the interference pattern he's talking about. And we did test this. It does produce a lot stronger electromagnetic field. The single pattern doesn't really spin the neodymium sphere as we've seen, whereas the interference pattern spins it like hell. It's fucking nuts. So the sphere He says, sphere rare earth magnet in center of vortex coil with cylindrical coil and placed around spinning magnet, not counting power from the wall. The multimeter on cylindrical coil equals more voltage than went in. He also says DC provides a south pole and a void with no north pole. AC provides 2 south poles at the center vortex and no north pole. Two coils hooked up in parallel will destroy the second coil. So this is in parallel, not in series. High voltage may produce white powder in the center, indicating high ozone production. Caution is advised. He spelled that wrong. I directly copied and pasted this, so that might be spelled wrong from his misspelling. In sight, parentheses, the major leap here that needs to be done is the proper engineering of the cabling, he says, and this is very important. So anybody with the manufacturing capabilities, right now it's just a rough bundle of wire. He emphasizes that ordering precisely spaced wires in a cable that is used for the wrapping will change everything. He says, think of the way VGA cables are. Properties of the vacuum. Fractal physics of change distribution is the key to vacuum zero-point energy coherence and negentropy. All vacuum coherent technologies require fractal conjugate charge symmetries to implode the surrounding aether, which is a superfluid charged media, to the point of negentropy or self-organization. Free energy is just a threshold of distribution efficiency from the superfluid zero-point vacuum. Paraphrased by Dan Winter. Some of my developing theories and random or incomplete thoughts. What if this system is closing off the inflow to the aether and allowing zero-point energy to flow into the system, and allowing zero-point energy to flow into the system, allowing it to maintain or increase the current? We already know that a transformer can step up voltage based on the number of windings it has in its secondary coil. This coil essentially acts as two coils combined into a one-to-one transformer. Perhaps the geometry is close enough to achieve this one-to-one transformer effect. Marco Rodin says that radiant energy travels in the opposite direction of magnetic flux. In Marco Rodin's fingerprint of God diagram, we see that zero-point energy is activated by the synergy between 2 positive and 1 negative, or 2 negative and 1 positive, in the form of 396 or 693. What is the relationship of this to the coil's ability to achieve its remarkable abilities? As I understand it, Tom Bearden described over unity being achieved by a system of uneven stability or asymmetry. I haven't been able to verify he said this yet. Then actually we have been able to verify. So let's take that out. Remember, this is some old stuff I have to revise or edit, and we're doing that live here. And we've spelled Tom Bearden wrong. Tom Bearden, there we go. Tom Bearded. So sometimes I use my voice to text on my phone when doing this, and it screws up. Why my coil may act differently than other coils? My ongoing theory at this time is by accident, microfractures in the manufacturing process, twisting the wire too much perhaps, might have caused the wire not to maintain its electrical continuity, so we had to reduce the bundle from 24 to 22. That's one variable. Another variable is the inner to outer diameter ratio. So an addendum to this, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but we were completely wrong. I was able to achieve the Nunez open circuit method and excite 5 neon lamps. That's a lot of voltage with, I think it was only 12 volts. So I was able to achieve the Nunes open circuit method by attaching a 0.15 unifarad 2000 HV Tesla cap as suggested by Daniel Nunes, and in the diagrams I've shown you above. And I connected this to the coil in parallel with the load. This was able to excite 5 neon lamps. My coil apparently doesn't act that differently at all. I just had the system configured incorrectly. Once we straightened out a couple of issues, it all worked out perfectly as expected. Regarding Daniel Nunes' claims, most of the stuff that I've looked into turned out to be factual and 100% correct. We got a north pole at certain frequencies, however. Perhaps he didn't detect it, but it was there, or perhaps the micro imperfections within my coil are actually causing it to behave slightly different. There are all sorts of variables here. But the fact is that everything, basically everything that I've looked into or been able to look into regarding his claims with the coil, I've been able to verify as 100% factual. Let's go over some of the laws of thermodynamics, specifically the first and second laws. They are indeed formulated for closed systems. But let's look at this closely. A closed system is a system that has no exchange of matter or energy with its surroundings. Think of utilizing the vacuum reactions, the collapsing field, the back EMF. Think of it like a thermos flask. It's a container that keeps its contents, like hot coffee or tea, isolated from the outside environment. On the other hand, the universe is not a closed system. It's an open system because it's constantly exchanging matter and energy with itself. The universe is expanding, and new matter and energy are being created in the form of stars and galaxies all the time. The problem is that the laws of thermodynamics were developed for closed systems, where entropy, a measure of disorder or randomness, always increases over time. In an open system like the universe operates, this isn't necessarily true. And remember, we're not actually getting new energy. We're actually just transforming it from one form to another. We're transforming it from the vacuum. So here's an analogy to help illustrate this all. Imagine a deck of cards in a closed system like a deck in your hand. When you shuffle the cards, they become more disorganized and random. This represents increased entropy. But if you add new cards to the deck, analogous to new matter and energy entering the universe from the vacuum, the overall organization and structure of the deck can actually increase, like a new card becoming part of a previously non-existent sequence. In the same way, in an open system like the universe operates, new matter and energy can bring about increased organization and structure, which would seem to defy the second laws of thermodynamics. However, it's not exactly a contradiction, because the universe as a whole is still subject to the laws of thermodynamics. The increase in organization and structure occurs at a smaller scale, like on Earth or within galaxies, while the universe as a whole continues to expand and cool following the second law. Think of it like a cosmic seesaw. While the local structures within the universe might become more organized, the universe as a whole is still subject to entropy's gradual increase. In summary, closed systems follow the laws of thermodynamics, the first and second laws specifically. The universe is an open system that exchanges matter and energy with itself, and while local structures within the universe might become more organized, the universe as a whole still follows the second law of thermodynamics, as entropy does still increase. Now, something very serious to consider before we take a quick break here. If thermal reduction is in fact practical at higher voltages for this coil design, just think about the practical applications in expanding and scaling this technology. This coil technology could replace this extremely loud... Oh, let me put up the window, sorry. This coil technology could replace this extremely loud, extremely hot, and extremely inefficient, and also extremely expensive transformer setup with this simple design that is cost-effective, compact, self-cooling, and extremely efficient, which is this system right here. Okay? So just think about that. We're going to take a quick break, but before we do, I want you to all to consider hitting the like button, sharing our content to those who appreciate the content, and subscribing if you haven't done that already. We very much appreciate all the love and support, and stay tuned for more Beneficence TV right here on the Benefactors Guide to Free Energy Devices.
Have you heard about this benefactor guy? This dude is talking about free energy, but here's the twist. He says it's not free energy. He's calling it energy recycling, which first off is kind of genius, right? Because when you say free energy, people immediately throw you in the crazy bin. But energy recycling, that sounds like some next level Tesla shit.
Yeah, man, it's all about the branding. But what is it that he's actually doing?
All right, check this out. He posted this. Free energy isn't actually free. This is a misnomer. It's actually a mutual exchange from the vacuum, a field of energy from which everything arises, the same energy that powers an atom. Like what? Bro, that's some deep shit. But then he breaks it down. He says you can tap into this energy without breaking any known laws of physics by using something called back EMF capture.
Whoa, back EMF capture? Sounds like some serious sci-fi tech.
Dude, listen to this. He explains that when a coil collapses using a pulsed signal, the energy that would normally just get wasted, like just dissipate as heat, can actually be recycled. He says nature gives you back energy to stabilize the system, which makes sense if you think about how nature works. Like everything in nature is always trying to find balance, right?
So equilibrium, is that like how water always levels out or something? I'm trying to remember what Ms. Murphy said to me in 6th grade science all those years ago. What was that? Oh yeah, Elon, stop eating that glue and pay attention. Man, if only I had listened, I'd probably be the one inventing energy recycling instead of just talking about it.
Exactly. So he's saying that by intentionally destabilizing the system, collapsing the field, you actually get energy back as a kind of natural response. And here's where it gets wild. He compares it to pushing a swing. If you push at the right moment, you don't need to use a lot of energy and the swing gains momentum. But instead of a swing, he's using resonance to harness that extra energy without it becoming destructive. He says most traditional systems are like a surfer fighting against the current, while his method is like riding the wave to shore.
Dude, that's crazy. So he's basically saying the energy is already there. I just suck at using it efficiently?
That's what it sounds like. He's basically saying the way we harness energy now is like trying to swim against the tide. And if we used resonance instead, we'd be tapping into energy that's already there, just waiting to be used. I don't know, man. Either this guy is onto something or he's the most poetic bullshitter of all time.
Well, if he's legit, why isn't he all over the news? I haven't heard anything from him on X, formerly Twitter. He hasn't said anything bad about me on X. So, you know, I didn't ban him or anything. Look, I'm not the monster my therapist says I am. I mean, sure, I've spent millions of dollars training to beat a kangaroo in a fist fight, but that doesn't mean I'm dangerous. It just means I get shit done.
That's the real question, man. But here's the craziest part. I looked into him, and he's not selling anything. He open sources all of it. That's the real question, man. Either the system doesn't want to hear it, or we're about to find out if this guy disappears in the middle of the night.
Dude, that's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. That means if he's telling the truth, anybody could build this in their garage. You know what I say? Go fuck yourself, benefactor.
Nope, no patents, no paywalls, just straight up, here, take it, see for yourself. Like, what kind of madman does that? Usually people either try to cash in or they get shut down before they can say a word. But this guy, he's out there on live streams showing people exactly how to replicate it.
I mean, if you want to try to take on my Tesla tech, how dare you put out better technology that is cheaper and safer? Go fuck yourself.
That's the thing, man. If it's real and people start building it, that's a game changer. We're talking about completely shifting how we think about energy. But also, if it's real, you got to wonder how long before somebody tries to stop him.
Or maybe we can think of it like how long before his Tesla mysteriously malfunctions.
Exactly. You ever notice how every time someone gets too close to this kind of stuff, they either disappear, get discredited, or somehow have a tragic accident? But this guy's going full transparency mode. He's putting it all out there where everyone can see it. Maybe that's his strategy. If enough people know, it can't just get buried.
holy shit, this might be one of those moments, you know, like we look back and say that was the start of something huge.
My fellow Americans, I want to talk to you about something that has been a topic of much debate and unfortunately too much misinformation. For decades, we've been told that our future depends on scarcity, that our energy needs are limited and must come from a select few sources, many of which are polluting and inefficient. But I'm here to tell you, it's time for us to rethink the very foundation of how we view energy. The idea of free energy devices has long been dismissed as fringe or in some cases outright conspiratorial. But it's important to recognize that this is not a new idea, nor is it a pipe dream. It's a scientific possibility that many credible thinkers, including Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden, have been trying to bring to light for years. You might not have heard about it in mainstream circles, but those who have looked into it, real scientists, real engineers, are showing us that we can tap into an energy source we've barely scratched the surface of. The vacuum. Yes, the vacuum of space itself, a limitless field of energy that, like Nikola Tesla once envisioned, could power our world without the need for fossil fuels, without the need for waste, without the need to pay for energy at all. It sounds like science fiction, but it's grounded in real, proven science. And yet, for far too long, it has been suppressed. This isn't just about new technology or gadgets. It's about a revolution, a true industrial revolution that could lift us into a future of abundance, a future where energy is not controlled by a few, but accessible to all. That's why I'm asking you to start rethinking what we've been told. We're no longer calling it free energy. We're calling it energy recycling, because that's what it is. It's harnessing the natural forces that are all around us and making them work for us. I know it may sound radical, but it's time we ask ourselves why this hasn't been part of the conversation until now. Why have those with the power to make a real change in our energy systems continued to push for scarcity instead of abundance? Why has this potential been buried in favor of systems that benefit a few at the expense of many? I believe it's time we change the narrative. We have the knowledge, we have the tools. This is not just about science. This is about our future. The energy revolution is here. It's time we embrace it. Thank you. God bless you. God bless America.
You might have heard a Joule Thief circuit hum to you before, but have you ever heard a Joule Thief circuit actually sing to you? This is energy recycling. 15.5 hours of continuous power compared to just 2.5 hours off of a standard inverter. While this traditional inverter already maxes out at 88.5% efficiency, we're breaking every limit with my Vortex coil system. This standard DC to AC inverter will only run for 2.5 hours on 12.2 watt hours of energy. But my system provides energy for a whopping 15.5 hours off of the same 12.2 watt hours. That's over 6 times more efficient. Not only that, the system will keep powering my lights well past 12 volts on the battery. This isn't just an upgrade, it's a new industrial revolution. This is the energy of the future, and you are powering it. Imagine a world where energy is infinite, where the power to fuel our lives doesn't come from burning the past, but from harnessing the future. This is the breakthrough that changes everything. 0-point energy, the power of the universe itself, unlocked, and you are the reason it is possible. While the world sleeps, you're awake. While others talk, we are building. This isn't just technology, it's a revolution. And it's happening right now, powered by you. So thank you so much for joining me here on Beneficence TV and supporting our goals in open sourcing 0-point energy technology and disseminating all forms of forbidden knowledge.
Changing the system, treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
In a lab, Mike does cracks the code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits to shine in neon lights. Oh yeah, seen you creating power from the air. These smiles and delights. Oh yeah. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does all Mikey's the one. Teaching us knowledge. Lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest friends. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Oh yeah. With Nathan and Lulu in the show. Oh, brilliant team. Mike came on Faraday. We're letting knowledge. Mikey's the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. Oh yeah. We've reached new heights. Hey. Mike does all Mikey's the one. Teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
And in the depths of shadowed halls, I wandered all alone, casting whispers, binding chains, demons of my own. I seek deafening, now spread on my frail soul. I once spin my mirror, haunted by my role. Playing the echoes of my cries, just till I emerge, guiding me to where my
fly. Stormy nights just turn to dawn. I wear truth, that's my guy. Anxiety's dissolved in the sun's golden rays. See my destiny through time and space. The fears that once drew to me now they take. For in my heart a new world is proclaimed. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire and sand, free from the chains of sorrow. On this path I forever depend. With symmetry I found the power. Blessings granted by the hour. Together we will go the way. Revolution calls and I'm not strong. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire and sand, free from the chains of sorrow. On this path I forever depend. In the depths of his oppression, it's the rise of a true nation. In the depths of the unknown, radio waves like dark shows, mysteries unwrapped and shown. Solutions defy what we know, hidden truths we're never alone. Follow me down the rabbit hole, secrets and binding codes, breaking the mold, define control. Power bursts without a soul in this digital catacomb. We spread the truth of the truly bold. Epics we uncover, forbidden undercover. Rise against the silence, breaking through defiance. Energy from the ether flow, quantum realms, the science of flow. Whispers from ancients echo, gravity's unhooked, let's go. Beyond the reach of their woe, floating with you ever cold, bridge the gaps, all light shows. On we roll, past the famous say so. This is all in our road. Epics we uncover, forbidden undercover. Rise against the silence, breaking through defiance. Synth waves crashing, hearts collide. Revolution of the mind. Let the codes and truths unwind. Illumination find.
Act like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor, unheard, injustice burning ears. Fighting for a change.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Benefactors Guide to Free Energy Devices. We're going to close it up here, and then I'll close the stream, and I don't know if I'm going to get an invite. I don't know if Mike's going to have the League of Extraordinary Inventors, so I'll close it off, and then if he does end up having it tonight, then we will do another live stream. I'll set one up apart from this. So we're going to close it up with a couple of things, specifically a document that Elias sent in the chat that he wanted me to take a look at with you guys. It's called Simulating the Optimized Stack Design Using Modified Maxwell's Equations, McGinty Equations, and Monte Carlo Neutrino Models. So this may be a little bit above my pay grade here, a little bit above my head. But I'm going to go read, or at least to the best of my ability, read some of this. So it goes on to say, now that we've optimized the stack with twisted angle graphene for superconductivity and 0-point energy coherence, silver for perfect UV harmonic and exchange mobility, and fractal harmonics aligned with protium Fashion line, I don't know how to pronounce that, and vacuum energy capture. So this is sounds like something similar to what we're doing. Energy recycling sounds like. Run simulations using modified Maxwell equations and McGinty equations. Compare the new stack to the previous design. List notable equations and Ward force effects. I'm not sure what a Ward force effect is either. So chapter 1, it says simulation results, charge flow, energy resonance, and 0-point energy coupling. The goal is to analyze energy interactions, charge flow, and efficiency of vacuum energy capture. Key simulation metrics. We need a charge separation efficiency, wireless transfer efficiency, and neutrino-induced charge density. And it goes on to have some information here regarding each of those categories, those metrics. Then chapter 2 is notable equations and Ward force effects observed. The Ward force effect describes asymmetric charge displacement and vacuum energy interactions. Key equations used in simulations are modified Maxwell's equations for charge flow and wireless energy extraction, charge separation efficiency regarding the Ward force induced charge displacement, magnetic field interactions with Tesla coil, energy transfer efficiency. Interesting. New stack improvements, fractal scaling increased, Ward force effects, silver, perfect UV harmonic coupling, reduced quantum decoherence losses. Chapter 3, how the optimized stack actively engineers spacetime for 0-point energy capture. Graphene's quantum field coherence at 52.83 degrees twist angle aligns with the natural harmonics of vacuum fluctuations. Silver's precise UV harmonic resonance ensures near lossless charge mobility. The MIME cavity and Casimir modulation layers create localized spacetime curvature, increasing 0-point energy absorption. Tesla coil tuning maximizes wireless extraction without disturbing biological frequencies. Final conclusion. This is the most advanced coherent 0-point energy extraction system designed so far. Interesting. Next steps, final optimization, experimental validation. Test fabrications feasible for 52.83 degrees twist angle graphene in thin film deposition. Experimentally verify silver's energy resonance tuning at 62.5 nanometers thickness. Optimize Tesla coil resonance tuning for real-world wireless extraction. We now have the strongest theoretical validation yet. The next step is real-world prototyping. Nice. Okay, well, it's going to take me a little bit to digest this. I'm going to have to break this down, maybe use ChatGPT to understand it a little bit further. Or if you'd like to come on, Elias, you're always welcome to come on and explain, things a little better so that, maybe I can understand them. Always welcome to have the opportunity to present your research. So with that, we got one more bit of news to announce. So, let me bring it up here. Tomorrow, Beneficence TV Live will at least attempt to be covering the Bernie Sanders Fighting Oligarchy Tour. He's going to be here in Michigan locally, so I'm going to make the trip to Warren, Michigan, or at least attempt to in my vehicle, assuming that the vehicle makes it should. We are going to cover Bernie Sanders live rally, Fighting Oligarchy Tour, where we go from here with Bernie Sanders and Warren. So I've already RSVP'd to this event. It kicks off at 4 p.m. Here's the schedule. The doors open at 2:30. Music by the Armed at 3. ET speaking program starts at 4. So that doesn't mean Bernie's necessarily going to start at 4. He usually has a couple of guest speakers before him and after him. So we are going to be covering this as much as I can with my phone, assuming my phone lasts and the charge lasts enough to cover the event. I might have to stop it periodically and recharge the phone, unfortunately. But we will be covering this live as much as I can. And it's going to be exciting. I've never seen Bernie Sanders live in person. Hopefully I can get a hold of some of his people and introduce him to the concept of energy recycling, get some desperately needed big eyes on these concepts. We need some people with some resources and backing to take these scientific breakthroughs seriously instead of just ignoring them. I've reached out to countless people. You don't know how many emails I've sent to countless people, including YouTubers and professionals that, and everybody, it just ignores my emails. So it'll be different, if I go there and, actually talk to somebody about it. So hopefully we can cover that live for you guys tomorrow at 4:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. With that, I'm going to end the stream, and I'm not sure if Mike K from Faraday Research is going to have League of Extraordinary Inventors, but if he does, we will be back on for that at 9 o'clock. I want to thank you guys all for tuning in with me. We are going 6 hours now. Damn. Thank you for the likes, the shares, and the subscribes, the memberships. They all help out, the super chats especially. And thank you all to all my Patreon subscribers as well. You guys are amazing. With that, stay safe, stay curious, and stay innovative.
I remember when we used to stand in the heart of the workers' plan. Obstacles weighed heavy on our backs, opportunities, the strength they lack. Good friends we had and good friends we've lost, fighting battles at every cost. But through the struggle we raise our voice, in solidarity we made our choice. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey little brother, don't you come by. No union, no buy. Our hands build the wealth they hold so tight, but together we reclaim our rights. No more silence, no more pain. In our unity, there's everything to gain. We lift each other, we won't back down. From city streets to every town, the power's in the people's hands. No union, no buy. We take a stand. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey little sister, raise your flag high. No union, no buy. All the tables are turning, the fire inside is burning.
For the workers and the buyers, we're igniting freedom's fires. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Together we'll rise and we won't deny. No union, no buy. I remember when we used to stand with hope and strength, hand in hand. The struggle's hard, but we'll survive. No union, no bye-bye.